Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the beautiful Ukukuyo. If you were with us on Sunrise Safari, you will know that we are having a little bit of rain in Juma. But here in Ukukuyo, you can see it is wonderful, it's beautiful, it's sunny, the animals are getting active and coming to the water holes. So, of course, my name is Lisa. For those of you who know me, I'm your waterhole naturalist and very excited to be with all of you. I hope everyone is having a beautiful Sunday thus far, a very peaceful one, and just taking it absolutely easy. I just want to steer us off a little bit to the right. We'll get back to the beautiful zebra now. But we do have some red-billed quillias coming and going for water the whole time, and it is absolutely beautiful. Those are not the quillias, those are doves. But these huge flocks of birds you'll see throughout the day, I believe, coming and going in these massive flocks. Those are the red-billed quillias. And of course, as we are currently watching and observing all of these beautiful animals and the different sceneries, do not forget that this is completely live, it's interactive. I would love to hear from all of you, please. We are on safari together. So if you have any questions, comments, anything throughout the day, you are more than welcome to send them through. Anything at all, whether it's about the beautiful locations we visit, the water holes itself, of course, the awesome animals we get to observe, or even if it's about me personally as a naturalist, you're more than welcome to get in touch with us. I love to hear from all of you. It really makes it so much special, just knowing that we are all on safari together. And how incredible is that? This always astonishes me, and this is a sighting I have seen time and again, but how do they not crash? It's literally hundreds, if not thousands of birds, and they all go down. They all know exactly where they are headed to off next, whether it's the same tree that they just came from, or it's perhaps a different tree that they will perch in. And even though it goes this quickly, all of them are getting water right now. How incredible is that? It truly is mind-blowing. So these are the red-billed quillias that we see in these huge flocks. But of course, those big black birds we saw landing earlier, those are our ever-present crows. And I am becoming less and less of a fan of their calls, I have to tell you. They're starting to remind me of the hyena. Scratch that, I love hyena calls. The hadida calls, I mean. Oh, that's just incredible. And then, of course, as always, I do just want to scan our zebras. For those of you that are often with us on Escape to Nature, we've got a very big, very black, fluffy foal amongst one of these many zebra dazzles. And when I do see the zebras, I always scan all of them just to make sure it's not amongst them. We did see it last Monday. So hopefully he's still alive and well and growing. Because of course they truly are so precious, these baby animals, and they're very vulnerable, unfortunately. Even in a random location like this, Ukukuyo, there are lions here, there are predators here. So of course, just like any other ecosystem, There's hierarchies, there's niches, and all of the animals really do have to eat. There is, in fact, is that a baby zebra? I'm not sure. It is not my little fluffy foal, but I do think that is a baby zebra. Yes, we've got another foal. As I say, it's not the fluffy one, but nonetheless, it's another baby zebra, so I'm truly, truly so happy about that. So if you look at the zebras we currently have on screen, and of course now you guys are going to ruin it for me. Alright, I will try to find it again, and while I do so, let's take a look at today's weather and see what it has in store for us. So you can see the weatherman says it is going to rain a little bit in quite a few of our locations, but that's alright, that's never stopped us before. Of course, here at our waterholes we are super fortunate. As always, Ukokoya is going to be the good child and give us some sunshine today, which is brilliant. So hopefully that heat will push the animals to come to the waterhole. But Mashatu does also seem like it's going to get a little bit of rain today, which is of course brilliant. Not necessarily always for us as viewers and participants on safari, but as we know and as we've learned many a times by now, the bush always needs water. It's not just to fill up the different water holes, which of course we get to experience, but also of course, you know, to revive the bush and to give food to the animals. But while I observe our beautiful water holes and see what is hiding from us perhaps, I'm going to send you to Kevin, who apparently has a good surprise for us.
A very good morning to everybody joining us on our Escape to Nature experience on this Sunday morning. We are live in Madikwe Game Reserve and we are with the blonde one, a very sleepy blonde one. Morning everybody, it's my pleasure to be with you in Madikwe. It's quite overcast and cool this morning, but we're not complaining. Behind the camera we've got BK and my name is Kevin. And we decided that we're going to spend some time with this magnificent blonde-maned male. And as you can see on the left, just behind him, an unfortunate warthog. So he must have made this kill sometime this morning. It's only about quarter eaten. You can see the tusk sticking out there at the back. And as I said, we're going to spend some time with him. He might get up, he might feed again. It is quite cool. It's not a hot day. So he might be active between meat-induced naps. Or so we hope. And if not, we're going to sit here, we're going to enjoy the scenery and spend some time in Lion World.
To sit down around a fire in conversation is a practice as old as mankind. There is an ancient sense of magic about sharing and learning, as embers twirl into the night sky. Here at Wild Earth, we see the value of this practice and want to retain it in an age where so much divides us. If you sign up to be an explorer, you can join in this gathering and return to the ritual of connection with Wild Earth.
Warthog is quite a popular meal for lions, especially when they are single. Definitely won't say it's easy prey, because that warthogs can really pump up the speed if they need to. But I would have guessed it's quite open here. BK is going to show you our surroundings soon, and you'll see it is quite open. And my guess is this was an unsuspecting warthog. This lion must have been somewhere in a thicket, hiding in a tree, in a thick in a bush. You just see it's quite open. And the unsuspecting warthog must have just walked past close by and got pounced on. Got a southern masked weaver up there. There he is. Against the sky you can't really make out his nice vivid yellow coloration and the black head. There you can see it. Male southern masked weaver. Females are more olive green in color. They haven't got that distinctive black head. And what he's busy doing, guys, he's busy prepping that branch to start building a nest. They will first strip the branch. You see how bare that branch is already? There's no more leaves on it. They always do that. They strip the branch clean of all leaves, and then he starts his nest construction. Now that's what you call a Sunday morning nap. There's warthogs coming in, BK. On our right, there's more warthogs coming in. And they've got no idea this lion is here. Let's quickly show you. Just on our right here. I hope we can get it past the frame. There, you've got more warthogs coming in, guys, and they're walking straight up to where this lion is lying. Straight up towards him. And that is exactly what we spoke about earlier. Go and see him unsuspecting. And remember, this lion will never refuse more easy pickings. Here they're coming. He hasn't seen them yet. I'm keeping one eye on the line. As soon as I see that he's picked up, and then we'll go back to him. Let's just look at these warties. Just behind that tree. He's going to start feeding up from behind that tree very soon. He's still none the wiser. He's still in dreamland. He's just picked up his head. They picked up something is up. Wind, yes, it's definitely, they got a sniff of him. They didn't see us. He wasn't interested at all. He briefly lifted his head, had a peek at them and just plonked down again. The wind is blowing from our left to our right. So basically from him towards those warthogs. And that's why they came walking up and then froze, because they must have picked up his scent. Lenny, lions can certainly pack it in. They will gorge themselves. Big guy like this, say he had something big, he can easily fit in 30 kilograms of meat in one sitting. Lenny, they can get so full that their bellies get so rounded that they actually struggle to walk. Now, they can't just pop out to the local supermarket when they get hungry, so when they do have the opportunity, they will gorge themselves. So that stomach can really swell. It's quite comical to actually see them when their bellies are that full. Yes, boy. Look at that pose with the paw against the tree. He is quite full. That warthog is about half eaten. I initially thought a little bit less, but look, by the state of his tummy, he definitely had more. Hi there, Alice. It very much depends on the situation, Alice. It can be something very quick. Our I'm guessing he was lying up somewhere in this unsuspecting warthog's game, and then it will be very quick. But then, however, if he was stalking them, that can be over a protracted period of time. It can last a good few minutes because he will move so slowly and so deliberately while he stalks them. So Alice is it's normally a very fluid and dynamic situation. It can be over in a few seconds, or it can last. The actual stalk and hunt can last a few minutes as well. Now, warthogs, Alice, are quite tough animals. And it would have probably taken a minute or two for that warthog to die. I've seen it in the past with lionesses catching a warthog, where they are quite hardy animals, and it takes 2 minutes or so with the lion having it in that around the windpipe, in that death throttle. But even that can still take a while. Hunts are not always the nicest thing to watch. It can be quite emotional, exhilarating, of course, but with mixed feelings. Robin, to be honest, I'm not sure. You'll definitely have very strong muscles connecting the lower jaw to the upper. Very strong bite force, Robin. Very, very, very strong bite force. So the muscles between the upper and the lower jaw must be, or are, very, very strong. If there's minor muscles involved, I'm sure there is, but those are your two main ones, connecting the two. There's the Warties back again. Oh, you guys got a death wish this morning. Hello piggies, are you seeing us? I'm certain they've seen us parked up here. And they definitely don't know about him. They're coming up behind us now. They're still wandering around behind us, these warthogs. They know something is up. They're looking for their father, says BK. That's a sick joke, BK. But we have to laugh about it. Here's the sun coming out now. Now Weaver is back. Now I wonder why he's picking this tree, because he's away. You'll normally find them together in colonies, or not so much colonies, but where one starts building its nest, you find them, more than one male will start construction nest on that certain tree. Unless he's a bit inexperienced. He's in the middle here of nowhere, not close to water. And sorry, my Weaver friend, you have actually attracted the female. There's the female, just above him. Thank you, BK, if you can maybe pick up on him. Look at him displaying. Thanks, BK. Yeah, I know it's challenging. That's him displaying. You see that wing flapping? That's him saying, stick around, I'm going to build a nest for you. So, yeah, sorry, Weaver. I underestimated your charm there. Saying you're building a nest in the middle of nowhere. Well, clearly she wasn't impressed. She's gone. Checking for our piggies. But I reckon they did the wise thing. African safari? Well, shall we do a demonstration for you? If you can convince BK to stroll over and see if he can steal that warthog kill from him, but he doesn't look very keen on that. African safari, do not be mistaken. He is very much aware what happens around him. It might seem as if they're off to dreamland, but they do sleep with one ear open. And he's very much aware of his surroundings. So the chances of that happening is almost zero without him knowing that something is coming up or sneaking up on him. You will know. Well, I do know if the sun comes out today, and it seems that it just wants to start breaking through the clouds, it's going to be a very, very steamy day. A lot of moisture. We had nice rain overnight. Hi, Jackie. Not what I'm aware of. It's not like with elephants where they can definitely pick up vibrations through the soles of their feet. main senses being smell, eyesight and hearing. All of those are acute. But I certainly haven't heard of them actually picking up any sense or vibration or anything through the pads of their feet. I won't say it's impossible, but I certainly haven't heard of it. Got a Diederik's cuckoo calling, that one there. It's typical birds. Whenever you point out a bird's song or something, it's right there and there, that they will stop calling. Murphy's Law always works out that way. But Diederik's cuckoo is a very iconic summer bird call here in Southern Africa. I always, from childhood, I associate Diederik's cuckoo's calls with summer. It's actually one of my first birds that I could identify on call. There he's displaying again. I know it's going to be out of frame. BK will struggle to pick our weaver bird up. You can hear him chattering. And his lady friend is back. Noah, I'm going to answer your question to tell you which one I do not find relaxing, the most annoying. I find most bird calls, just have to listen to it for hours, except when it comes to the red-chested cuckoo. I'm going to play, they've got, or the pitmevrou, as you call them in Afrikaans, and they go, and they do that non-stop. On a full moon night, they even call during the night. And when they sit outside of your bedroom window, you have to put a pillow over your head to get some sleep in. So, love all bird calls. I think it's tranquil and relaxing. But Noah, when it comes to a red-chested cuckoo, that's where I draw the line. Are you changing position? Is your left flank getting numb? What I do think is that the sun is going to start baking him. sun is coming up overhead, and that shadow is definitely, the shade there is definitely going to get less and less and less, which will either have to force him to move into a deeper cover there and there isn't much space. Alternatively, he might even pick up his skill and move it to another bush or tree where there is more shade. That's what we're hoping for, of course. Full mane, this guy, eh? Our blonde one. Full thick mane. Rose candy, it's not actually associated with, yes, you very often see it when they're sleeping. It is a way of him speeding up his metabolism. That panting you see, because he's got a full belly full of meat, warthog meat. And that panting is a way of speeding up the metabolism to actually digest that meat quicker. And yes, they normally like sleeping off their meat meal as well, so it's actually more obvious when they sleep, when they're lying down, that panting, and that's what it's all about. It's not warm enough yet. Of course they will pant with heat as well. It's a way of them cooling off, but it's quite a cool morning still. So that panting you see, that's all got to do with digestion and metabolism. Repositioning time. In the prime of his life, this guy. Him and his brother had a bit of a spat, the dark-maned one. Brother's off on honeymoon. And then normally relationships sour a little bit when there's lionesses involved that is coming into estrus. So he's been seen alone by himself for a good few days now. They haven't joined up for a good few days. That was me just having a sip of coffee. Now at some point, more towards the afternoon, mid to late afternoon, he will get thirsty. Because it will heat up. The saltiness of the blood of his kill will make him thirsty. At some point he will have to go down to the Mariko River, which is about 1 kilometer from here. At which point he will have to abandon or just leave his kill temporarily, in the hope that nothing comes and snatches it while he's away. When there's more than one, if it's a pride of lions, it's quite easy because then one will break away, goes and drinks, while some of them stay behind at the kill, but him being on his own might be a different story.
What is your role at Eco Trading? Tell us more.
I'm very excited to actually be talking on a more personal level.
2, 1, live.
Some early information before it kind of hits the wire.
General banter, just connecting.
Here you can see those canines. Look at those bottom canines. Hi Kevin, I love your name, my namesake. How they can turn up impressive speed when they really want to get going. They can hit up to 55 towards 60 kilometers an hour. What that is in miles, I'm not sure. Miles per hour, I'm not sure. But very impressive when they build up to full speed, which is around about 55 kilometers an hour. But then, Kevin, it's also very much depends on what type of a run. Sustained, it is around about that speed, 50 to 60 kilometers an hour. But then also in short bursts, very rapid bursts over very short distances, that can actually go up to about 75 kilometers an hour, but they can't maintain or sustain that for a long time. That will be over 40, 50 meter distance. They can actually clock up to, yes, about 70, 75 kilometers an hour, but very short bursts. But for instance, if they are running down a herd of buffalo, for instance, Kevin, and you know the buffalo just keep on trotting along, and it's more a case of attrition where they have to wear them down, then they can easily maintain about a 55 kilometers an hour for more extended periods, for longer runs, peaking at about 75. Luckily, they don't actually maintain them. They will do licking, grooming, but you can appreciate they can't reach all the way around. So in front of the chest, yes, they will be able to reach with their tongues, maybe a little bit on the side of the neck. Their tongues are very, very coarse, and of course that will clean up any leftover meat, maybe seeds or something that got stuck in it. But at the back of the neck, where they can't reach, suppose, yeah, a paw, scratch with a paw, but they know they don't do it on purpose. It's not a case of going to the salon and say, I want a blow dry, a wash and a dry, please. It's more just to clean pieces of meat off, and maybe just any seeds or so that get clustered. They will try and clean that off with their tongues and of course with the paws as well. But then also come to think of it, Lucky, it's always nice to sit and ponder you guys' questions. They do allo grooming. You know, allo grooming means when one animal grooms another. Sorry guys, frog in my throat. So if they are together, yes, then one individual will lick the other one around the face. That will definitely groom that mane a little bit as well. hear that dung beetle come past, BK? It was like a bomber. Boom. BK, you see that little purple flower right in front of him? I'm not sure if you can. Right in front of him. Almost there by his hind leg. Thank you, perfect. Thanks, B. That little purple flower you can see in the foreground, nicely offset against his thorny skin. That is called a poison apple. Oh. Just look at that pose. How majestic. It's almost as if male lions know they are the king of beasts. I mean, they're certainly not the strongest, they're not the biggest. That title belongs to a bull elephant. But it's just the way they present themselves, that regality. Almost a sense of arrogance. Now you can see those bottom canines proper. Sorry, quickly getting back to the poison apple. You saw that little purple flower. It does grow into what looks like a very small yellow apple. About the size of your thumbnail. Very poisonous. And all your grazers out here actually knows to avoid it. Now he's panting away. Well, you're not going to have a snack. There we go. Lucky now you can see that nice blow-dried mane of his. It does look as if he's been to the salon. Nick, yes, very easily, very easily. BK, we're looking at the thorns of this umbrella thorn. Nick has asked the question if those thorns can pierce the skin, and Nick, you can see by the size of those umbrella thorns very, very easily. Nick, what sometimes happens, and I suppose, yes, that will be uncomfortable if he rolls onto it. It will give him a nice prick. But what sometimes happens, and what can be detrimental to lions, if they actually get one of those thorns in their paws. And I have seen lions limping because of that. And that can eventually become infected. They are needle sharp. The thorns of that umbrella thorn is lying under Acacia tortilis or Senegalia tortilis. That's the new name apparently. Yes, everyone, please keep the questions coming. Chat to me. It's a Sunday morning. It's a live and interactive experience. It is your escape to nature experience. Any questions, please do not hesitate. I'll answer the best I can. It was actually not long after I started my guiding career that I was walking down to the kitchen early morning. Early morning was still dark, so how your schedule normally works, or how a day starts, we'll get up an hour or so before we wake everybody up, and we start making coffee and just get ready and see that the vehicles are ready and that type of thing. So I was still half asleep. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was walking down to the lodge from my house with the torch, of course. It was still dark, but pretty much still fast asleep, dead man walking. And I picked up the eyes in my torch and had a blink and rubbed my eyes, and I saw, whoops, there is a lion, or lioness shall I say, lying next to the pathway as I'm going down to the lodge. And then as soon as I started looking, I saw more eyes and more eyes and more eyes. And I eventually swung the torch and looked behind me, and actually walked straight past them. And there was a whole pride of lions lying next to the pathway. I was none the wiser. I walked straight past them. That was my first real lion experience. And luckily, I just slightly hastened my pace and got down to the lodge. But yes, it just goes to show, be wide awake in the bush. Don't walk half asleep. And always have your wits about you. Linda, if you are able to feel the pad, the paw pad itself, you will feel it's very rough. And there's a purpose to that. It gives them extra traction. The very rough, leathery sole to that pad. And then the paws being immensely strong. Not only the nails, the whole paw, you can see the size of this guy's paw. It's like a side plate size almost. So immensely strong. You can see that the front paws are quite a bit bigger than the hind ones. Firstly, it carries most of the weight. You've got the head and the forequarters, that is where the majority of the weight is, so the paw itself is bigger. But also, it's most often the front paws that they will use to clasp on and hang onto to prey. I'm not sure if you guys, if you've been watching, over the past weekend we were running and showing you a few live animal hunts. And if you guys were watching, there's a specific clip where you can see the lions jumping on the back of a buffalo. So Linda, those paws and the claws itself needs to be extremely strong to support that weight, like for instance hanging off the back of a buffalo. I'm very certain that Mashatu must be just as green this time of the year already. I love it in Mashatu. I think it's one of the most scenic reserves there is, especially this time of the year with all the flowers. So let's head over to Lisa in Mashatu.
Thank you, Kevin. It is green, yes, and it is also super wet. I have, of course, been monitoring this water hole just like our others, but I just wanted to show all of you. It has subsided a little bit now, but it was raining. It was really, really raining constantly, so I just wanted to show all of you, you know, how much water has already come down in such a short space of time just today. So hopefully, you know, this will again revive the bush even more for the animals. But from what we've learned, you know, that might also be an indication that the animals might now wander off to greener pastures. And yes, I just wanted to show all of you. It was really incredible. It's been raining for probably a good 2 hours straight. And hopefully, you know, the animals will still come, but I just wanted to share this with all of you because it really is. I've been watching it for, as I say, quite a bit of time. There's our beautiful Egyptian goose. But yes, it's just been pouring down the whole time. So hopefully the animals will come, but I do think that today will be a quieter day in Mashatu. But, you know, anything is possible. We can never really predict these things. But we shall see. Just wanted to show all of you. And it truly is so peaceful now. But of course I will keep an eye out. Just make sure who's gonna come around and who's not gonna come around. From what we've learned, you know, when it's rained here in Mashatu, the elephants tend to stay away. But that being said, again, we can never predict these things. So I will of course keep an eye out, scan the whole water hole, and just make sure that we are not missing anyone. But in the meanwhile, let's go to Ukukuyo. Alright, now just bear with me, because you are not going to believe what I saw. I saw an oryx baby, and it did take off with mommy, because I thought, that's a fairly large springbok. They were actually in the water, and then they have moved off. But I just want to take a quick scan around, if you'll bear with me. Just want to see if she's perhaps still around or if they've completely taken off. But it is the cutest little thing. It's got these teeny weeny horns. But it was just, oh, let me see. Is that you? I think it is her. Let me try. It's going to be a little bit tricky, but let's try. Come on. And there it is. Baby oryx. So of course it is a little bit hidden now because it's just trying to nurse from mom. But yes, look at the face. There you are, beautiful. Ah, that is precious. And for me personally, that is my first time seeing a baby oryx. I have seen a baby oryx when we were live with Andrew in Amakala, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, for me personally, this is the first time. So I've never even seen... She's Quilias. Alright. Jeez. Photobombing galore. So yes, you'll see now it actually looks very similar to the springbok, this baby oryx. But then you'll see, you know, as soon as you get the different angles, it doesn't have the same coloration. No, baby, you need to follow mom. It's not safe out here. Woo! Quilias! Oh, how cute is that little one? Alright, so for me personally, as the waterhole naturalist here at Ukukuyo, that is our second baby. From what I know at least. Of course, we've had our adorable zebra foal, and to be honest with you, I did not think that our second baby here at Ukukuyo would be an oryx. I thought it might be an impala, or even a wildebeest. Oh, just look at it take off. No, you need to follow mom.
This is what I love about lionesses.
Jeez, and these Quellias are very, very busy today, but as I said, that is what they do. They flock together, they feed together, they move together, and of course moving in unison like that. Specifically in, these vast or open areas that you will find them in, especially when they are at a water hole specifically. Going in those huge flocks, moving in unison, everything does create a massive sort of outline or picture. They do get predated on, believe it or not, specifically by your falcons or your eagles. A lot of your birds of prey will actually go after them, and they are very successful sometimes, believe it or not, in doing so. But of course, flocking in such a massive group does provide some sense of security to the Quellias. Darcy Miller, good morning, and so good as always to hear from you. You are saying the next baby will be a wildebeest here in Ukukuyo. And yes, I truly do hope you are correct, because how cool would that be? Then we've had zebra, oryx, and wildebeest. So, sheesh, this springbok is really thirsty. But yes, wildebeest will be brilliant. But you know what will be super brilliant? If we actually get to see a live birth. I'm still holding my breath for that, and as I've learned many a times over and over, it's never good to be greedy when you are looking for animals and the different behaviors and sightings, but it really will just be so magical if we get to see an actual live birth here on one of the damn cameras. But that is actually something I thought about earlier, when I was looking around for zebra foal when we started this morning. When these animals give birth, I wonder where they do it, because I think it will be a little bit uncomfortable for that baby to fall on all of these rocks. So I suspect, I'm not sure, but I suspect they probably go deeper into the bush, where there might be some grass around for them to actually create a soft landing for the baby. Because like we've seen here in Ukukoya as well with the different giraffe calves, those poor animals, of course giraffes do not lie down when they give birth. And I think it must be a fairly awkward situation here in Ukukoya. Look at this guy's horns. How weird is that? Jeez, we are seeing interesting things today. Look at this incredible horn structure from this oryx in front. So you can see one is perfectly pointed to the top, like they generally are, but then the other one is completely pointed downwards. We've also got a black-headed heron just to the left of this oryx. So now that might my biggest guess, or my first guess, I think would definitely be genetics. It was probably just born with that sort of, I don't want to say horn structure, but that is just how it grew. Because they can damage their horns when they are actually sparring with each other and fighting. But I think in that sort of case, even, if it did get damaged, it wouldn't have curved like that. I could be wrong. Again, with nature, we can only speculate, interpret what we see. But like that, if that was the case, it would have broken off completely. From what I think, at least, again. I think this is just a birth defect, perhaps. And I think that definitely, does affect the oryx as well. To some extent. Because, of course, they do use their horns for defense mechanisms, not just against predators, but also against other oryxes. But you can see that is definitely, there you can see the comparison now. That is definitely a youngster, probably a calf from last season, I would say. As I say, I don't have a lot of experience yet with oryx babies, but I will get there. But definitely a significant size difference there now that you can see them next to each other. And some of these zebras are definitely looking like they are about to burst. Ready to have their babies and to show it to us. And you're more than welcome to do it here. We will not disturb you at all. It truly is the beauty about our position, you know. We are not bothering these animals in any sense. They can't hear us. Thank goodness for that, because for those of you that know me will know by now I get very excited. So I might have chased quite a few animals away if they were able to hear us, but luckily they can't. We get to observe them in their natural habitat without disturbing them in any manner at all. Nelly, you would like to know how long does the coloration change take in oryxes? Well, with most baby animals, I'm sure many of you have seen, like with wildebeest, for instance, you know, wildebeest is, as soon as they are born, they are very light brown color, and then, of course, as they get older, they become more dark. Much like the oryx is a little bit darker as opposed to the adults, and then they get that light gray or light brown coloration. So generally, coloration, from what I've seen, again personally, this takes generally up to like 6 months, then they will start darkening. And the reason for that is, of course, any baby animal is very, very vulnerable to any predator. The predators really do know how to seek them out, and they can see them. So a lot of these colorations are for camouflage. For instance, like wildebeests, the babies being lighter, when they lie down in the grass during the daytime, they camouflage very well, as opposed to the adults, you know, being very, or stand out a lot to the predators. And the same with oryx, you know, in these sort of habitats that they find themselves in, these biomes, they actually camouflage better that way. So it truly is all about camouflage, you know, protecting the young, just like the zebras, for instance, that have the longer legs, which when there is a predator or there is a threat around, all of the adults will encircle them. And again, this is just our interpretation, you know, this is why we think these animals have been designed this way and evolved in this manner. But it could be for completely different reason. That is just merely our interpretation and our take about these animals. It could be a completely different reason, but, you know, common logic tells us that that is why it would make sense for them to have the longer legs, have the lighter coloration or darker coloration, like monkeys, for instance, vervet monkeys. The babies are completely dark, as opposed to the adults being very grey. And the reason for that is, of course, for the most part of their days, they are in the trees. So having the shade and everything, the babies actually camouflage better in the trees, being the darker color, as opposed to the adults being a very bright color, or light color, I should say. And it really is getting very busy here at Okukoyo now. The animals coming and going to and from the water hole. Generally, from what we see, the springboks do tend to stick around, being very water dependent. But for the most part, what we see from these other animals, they can stay and go as they please. The zebras, for instance, are not like the antelope. They can't ruminate their food, so they constantly have to sort of, move to and from the water just to get their food in as well. Zebras are, however, hindgut fermenters, and they do have an extra organ called the cecum, which helps with the breakdown of their food. So they are not as successful as the antelope, for instance. They cannot regurgitate their food. However, that being said, they are not as, I don't want to say as weak, but their digestive system is not like that of an elephant or rhino either. They do definitely digest quite a bit. Woo, guys, come on, it's Sunday. Just want to have a look and see what our heron is up to. So of course the blackbirds are our one of our flagship species here in Okukoyo, the crows. But then if you just look a little bit more left, you'll see a bigger bird that is a little bit more grey in color. That is the black-headed heron. And of course they are fish eaters. So what they'll do is they'll just patiently stand in the water, move around every now and again, and then spear the fish or grab the fish with a bill when they have the opportune moment. That oryx just almost fell over its own feet. See, you would like to know how much water can an impala drink in a day. I wouldn't be able to give you an exact answer on that, to be honest with you. If anyone has the estimate for that, you're more than welcome to let me know. But it's not, for instance, as much as an elephant, which is like 100 to 200 liters a day. Impala is a significantly smaller animal, however, they are water dependent, so they will need to drink every now and again. But I would say probably, if I had to guess, let's go with a liter a day. I'm not sure. I will try to do some research on that for you though. So I will keep monitoring Ukokoyo and see what our next baby animal is going to be. But I think let's try to head on over to Djuma and see what is happening at Gowrie Dam. Now, from what we know, our lions are still not around. As I said, hopefully they are just under a bush from where we saw them last, going into the actual thickets. But we shall have a look-see and see what else is around. I know one of our wonderful zoomies earlier saw some impalas with their babies, as well as the woodlands kingfishers. And then also, if I'm not mistaken, the blacksmith lapwing baby. So we will have a look around and see what is happening here. Oh, this kingfisher, I can't. Ooh. Some impalas on the move. Just want to try and see if we can have a look to see what's happening. These birds. This one impala seems fairly relaxed. So I think it may have just been a male that was potentially chasing some females away, because of course, you know, if there is in fact a predator around, they will definitely alarm call to let each other know, just to sort of warn everyone. But we'll just have a look-see around. You never know what could potentially be behind these bushes, under the trees, in the trees. We'll just have a look-see around here at Gowrie Dam. But you can see the rain has subsided a little bit at least, so that is wonderful. Hopefully it will clear for the day, which will be brilliant. I'm just gonna take a slow look around and see what is happening at the beautiful Gowrie Dam. This bird. And our zoomies have seen it quite a few times today. What is that? No, those are starlings. These starlings actually have a nest here. I've been watching them for quite a bit of time. And I think for a good 3-4 weeks they've been around this tree and feeding something in the tree. So there's definitely a nest in there. Just saw the movement. I thought it might be our kingfishers. That's alright, we'll find you. What is that? No, that is a lapwing. The Thinking Man, you've got a very interesting name. You're asking, are kingfishers the only birds that make loud alarm calls? No, not at all. Not at all. A lot of birds are super loud. Hadidas, crows, a lot of the other birds as well, of course. Your franklins, they can also be very, very loud. So no, most birds actually can be very, very loud. Your red-crested korhaan, and of course they all have calls for different things. So sometimes it can be an attraction call or mating call. Sometimes it can be an alarm call. It really does depend on the situation. I just want to see if our blacksmith lapwing is going to show us her chickadee. We'll just spend some time here. Come on, beautiful, show us. So from what I know personally, there's just one chick here. Or from what I saw at least when one of our zoomies was on the damn camera. So we'll just have a look, see. Hopefully she starts moving around, as we've learned by now, you know, specifically with lapwings. And especially in weather like this, they will tend to keep the youngsters warm. Just cuddle. It's like humans as well, you know, when the weather is like this, you just want to stay in bed, just cuddle and just watch movies or take it easy. However, I don't think these animals truly can ever really just take it easy. You're always on the lookout for something. Even if you are a lion, you know, you might have to be on the lookout for other lions or someone that's encroaching on your territory. Come on, mommy, just quickly stand up. Or dad, I don't know if this is mom or dad. And these guys are super, super protective. So I think, I could be wrong, but I think what may have happened is because the other day we had a massive herd of buffalo here at Gowrie Dam, and the father and the mother were very, very upset because one of the buffaloes actually stood on the grass pole where we believe the nest was. And for me personally, I don't think, you know, if there had been eggs that they will make it and they'll be okay. But from what I think and from what I know, one of them at least have made it, which is awesome. But these lapwings really are so resilient. They are very protective of their young, whether there's one or two chicks or more. And they really will take on elephants, buffaloes. I've even seen one fight off a female lion on my previous reserve that I was working at. It was a rather entertaining sighting. This lion was very confused as to why is this bird shouting at me. But of course, you know, they just protect their young, much like 99% of the parents out here. They really do what they can to make sure the youngsters are all right. Ooh, that's a fairly large terrapin. place where we saw our lions this morning. So I'm not sure if they actually headed away or if they are just perhaps under the big tree and the shrubs, you know, just trying to sort of get away from the rain. But hopefully they will come back again this afternoon, or they'll stick around for the day and we'll get to see them again. But you never know, they might be long gone. With lions, it can be very unpredictable, just like elephants as well. They can be in one area for 3 days and they can travel 3 kilometers in 1 hour. It really does depend on their situation, their dynamics of the pride, of course the requirements or the needs of the pride at that moment. You know, do they need to hunt? Is it a male perhaps on the lookout for female? Are they cubs that needs to get fed that are back at the den? It really always does differ. Just gonna take a look around and see what is happening around the rest of the water hole. I do believe that is our hornbill father that just came down to this big tree stump. He's probably foraging. Because from what we know, there is a mom and tiny ones just in this tree off to our right. I don't know if the chicks have hatched, but I do believe so by now. And he is just constantly going up and down to feed them through the hole or the entrance of that nest. Sorry, I just want to have a look-see and see if we can find these kingfishers that are really teasing me. And they actually like to perch on open dead trees like this, or you'll often see them in trees, leafy trees as well, but they like to go for sort of an open branch. They prefer having a clear view of what's going on around them. Well, I did not manage to find our kingfishers yet, but we've got a beautiful lilac-breasted roller here, just perched on this branch. Probably one of the most beautiful birds that you'll find in summertime in Africa. Don, you would like to know, do birds have ears and where are they situated? So it's basically just behind their eyes. If you actually go research the anatomy of a bird, it's super, super interesting. But yes, definitely they do have ears, because that is why they have these beautiful calls. And as I said, they do have different calls. Some of it is alarm calls, just like animals. Some of it is an alarm call, some of it might be a mating call. Definitely, definitely. Oh, you are so pretty already. You do not need to preen and clean yourself even more. And of course, speaking about the different bird calls, this is one of the ironic ones for me, because it truly is such a beautiful bird, and then they really do not sound all that beautiful when they are calling each other. It's a very croaky call. It's like a So for me personally, I don't think the call matches the looks. Jeez, this one really is going out and about. And preening, of course, to birds is a very crucial aspect, you know, for them going about, specifically beautiful birds like the lilac-breasted roller. They have to rely on their looks, and like a lot of birds, specifically just with the males, they have to rely on their looks and their displays and everything to try and impress a female. So much like this lilac-breasted roller, you'll often see a lot of different bird species cleaning themselves, and that can be by water bathing, it can be by sunbathing, it can be by anting. So those grey birds we just saw hopping on top of that branch, those are the arrow-marked babblers. Very, very noisy birds, as you can hear. There we go, these grey birds. So those are the arrow-marked babblers. As the that is the one call I am not ever going to perfect. But yes, that is them making all of that noise that you can hear now. And this lilac-breasted roller, in Afrikaans we call it a troupand. And that actually refers to like a wedding band. And of course that does go with their beautiful colors, their prettiness. Ooh, this one's got a date later, I see. Is that another one? It's a little bit tricky to see now, and we're the closest that we can get. It does seem like another one next to it. Alright, well, I just want to take a look around. As always, I've learned if I focus on something for too long, then it's like the animals pay each other. If you distract the humans for this long, then I will quickly go drink water and they'll miss me. Fiona, you would like to know what birds have spiritual or symbolic meanings. It depends on who you ask, I guess. Ibises have a lot of symbolic meanings, going back to the hieroglyphics in the olden times, where it was seen as a very powerful bird or a very royal bird. The Egyptians believed that, the ibises can tell them a lot of things. But it really does depend, on religion, culture, a lot of different things. In South Africa, for instance, the blue crane is our national bird. So I'm just trying to think of what else. I know the other day someone educated me on, I can't remember which bird it was that represents peace. But it really does depend on who you ask. I believe these sort of things, can be a very open thing to look at or to study or research. Just like a lot of other things, You and I believe different things when it comes to different animals or different situations in the bush. And that truly is the beauty about all of it, because we all have different experience, we all have different backgrounds. Oh, just look at the little ones. Jeez, they are growing up so fast. It seems like this impala in front that's close to the water cleaning herself still needs to drop her youngster. But of course these impala do need to be vigilant and careful, because if those lions are still around, even a fully grown impala, is not a lot of food for a lion, much less a pride of lions like we saw this morning. But a snack is a snack, and anything will do when you are hungry. That's very interesting behavior. Can't see if it's specifically a plant that she's feeding off of on this rock. It seems like a plant. Or it can also be, grass of some sort. That was very interesting behavior. And that truly is my favorite thing when it comes to safaris. Just watching animals and how they exist and how they coexist and just survive out here. Ah, look, a tiny one, very thirsty. That is too precious. Yeah, so there's quite a few females that still need to give birth, from what we can see. And hopefully, you never know, we might actually still see a birth one of these days on one of the dam cameras, which would be brilliant. But even if we don't, that's also perfectly fine, as long as the animals do give birth and as long as they are healthy, have enough food. Just want to see if we can see our lapwing now. Just want to see if this one's going to move, because of course we just saw that one on the water's edge. So this might be mom or dad, and the little one might be active with it now. But we'll just take a look-see. Abby, good morning, and thank you so much for your question. You would like to know how big can an impala's tummy grow when they're pregnant? Well, it depends on what you define as big. You can definitely see when they are pregnant. But I don't even know how to answer this question. But to sort of give you a comparison, it won't be as let's see, it looks like we've got a little bit of movement. Come on, I just saw it. There you are. Look how tiny it is. Sorry, Gabby or Abby. But in comparison to zebras, for instance, zebras really do bulge when they are very close to their time of giving birth. Impalas too, but not as much as zebras, for instance, but you can definitely see when an impala is pregnant and close to her time of giving birth. I hope that answers your question. Where did this tiny one go? It is so small. Oh, there you are. Sheesh, they camouflage well. I mean, they are super tiny as well, but they do really camouflage very well as well. Look how tiny that thing is. So it does seem like they just have the one chick. So again, we aren't there. We don't know the definite reason of what happened or what the circumstances were, but as I say, last week we did have a massive herd of buffalo, and from what I saw, at least one of the buffaloes was literally perched right on top of the grass pole where we believe they had their eggs. So it might be that one of the eggs unfortunately got destroyed, which is a very, very big possibility. But again, we do not know, which is actually the beauty about it. I don't think we're meant to fully understand what is going on out here. I think it's just important for us to always appreciate it and just respect all of it. It's so tiny. This tiny one has to be very, very careful, It can't just run about and go on its own mission, because any birds of prey, even monitor lizards, anything really can go after it. So it has to be very, very careful. And luckily they are precocial when they hatch, so, not helpless. They can fend for themselves if they really need to, or run away. But even so, if an eagle or something is watching this tiny tick, it might become a very easy meal. So it has to be very careful not to just... I'm very surprised actually that one of the parents haven't come closer to it. And now I lost it. I feel like I'm playing Where's Waldo now. Jeez. Oh, there it is. You really just have to look for the movement, but even that is not very obvious. It's such a tiny little thing. Yes, Mom. And these, as we know, are the blacksmith lapwings. Very, very common birds. You'll even find them in a lot of residential or areas or cities in southern Africa. Very prominent species, you can say. Jeez, well, that was truly awesome to see the tiny one. I've lost it again. So small. Ronnie, you would like to know what is the average size of a baby blacksmith lapwing? It's super, super tiny. It's really, really small because a blacksmith lapwing in itself is not a huge bird. The babies, if I had to estimate, probably, she's maybe 10 centimeters, if that much. It's not a very big bird. They do grow very fast though, because as I said, they are ground dwelling birds and they have to, fend for themselves very soon. But it is not very big at all. And I'm really surprised at how chilled this parent is. I'm not sure if it's the mother or the father this, but generally, if they are that tiny, they are like super much or super all over them and like very protective, and you're not allowed to move. But this one is very, very relaxed with the tiny one just wandering off and doing its own thing. Alrighty, I just want to see what else is happening at the water hole. As I say, the animals have a tendency to distract me. No, I have a tendency to get distracted by the animals. I just want to see what's happening with the animals, if anyone is around. Our Egyptian geese saying good morning as always, like we haven't heard from you guys already. We know you are here. I think I see some movement, just bear with me. It's probably just there. Oh yes, it's just the impala. So if the lions did in fact just go to hunch down this morning when they were on the move, and again, I don't know if they were hunting, if they were actually just going to look for some shelter. They are not too far from these impala currently, and if these impala keep moving in the direction that they seem to be moving, if they go a little bit more to the back actually, and the lions are in fact still around, they will walk straight into them. So hopefully, for the lions, yes, we do want them to eat, but it's it's never fun when a member is lost. But again, it is the circle of life, just like we saw with Kevin and his beautiful lion with that warthog kill. Very impressive, actually. That warthog had quite a set of tusks on him, so that lion must have made quite the kill or the hunt. Because warthogs can be very, very dangerous for predators to actually hunt. Woo! That's impressive. That leap that they can actually... I mean, if you look at all of these animals in general, it's just impressive how quickly they can stand up, walk, run, nurse. And of course, if they don't, they can easily get left behind. Because specifically your herd animals, if they are too slow, if they are weak, if they are going to be problematic for the group, with regards to them slowing them down or anything like that, the herd will leave them behind if need be. Which, again, is very sad, but at the end of the day, very strategic. You can't have one tiny one keeping up the whole herd. And for the most part, these animals really do move very fast, very quickly, as I said. Just from birth alone, it's super, super impressive what they are able to do already.
At Wild Earth, we believe that people will see animal rights as worthy by recognizing that they have emotions like us. In support of Animal Rights Day, we are hosting Quiz Mania. Teams will pit against each other in 2 days of interactive fun on The Sunset Show.
How cool is this?
To enter, form a team of 2 or more people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. See you there.
So with the rain, one of two things can happen now. These impalas, if the the lions are still in fact around. The impalas might walk up to them. The lions do not smell them at all, of course, depending on whose favor the wind is also in. But it could also be that they keep moving forward and they don't smell the lions, and the lions do go for them. And again, that is just if the lions are in fact still around. I have no idea if they are still around. We have not again yet had an update, but of course we'll just keep an eye on these impalas and see what's happening. Jeez. These Egyptian geese are really, really loud. Very, very loud. But I think let us head on over to Okokoyo and see what the animals are up to there. We just had a beautiful big herd of wildebeest that came down to the water. No babies yet, Darcy Miller. But I will continue to monitor the situation. But it is super, super peaceful here in Okokoyo. At least in comparison to that noisy Egyptian goose in Juma. But of course, all of these animals have the fullest right to communicate to each other, to alarm call, whatever the situation is. But I think let's just take a moment of silence and take all of this serenity and just peaceful scenery in for a moment. How absolutely lucky are we just to, as I always say, just to be able to observe these animals in their natural habitat, just listen to all of the beautiful bird calls, everything that is just happening around us. Truly is so, so peaceful. And I'm super excited to see the next baby oryx. I've got my eyes peeled now. I feel as soon as you've seen the first baby animal, you really are so focused on what is next. What might be happening next? And for those of you that have never been, like myself, Okokoyo is a beautiful destination that can actually be visited. So if you do hear some people in the background, that is actually people getting to observe these beautiful animals, much like we are now as well. And my mother visited this beautiful location last year, and she said it is definitely a must-do, and believe me, she says so because she's a hard lady to please. Sorry, Mom, if you're listening. But apparently this is a very, very beautiful destination to visit in person as well. And I truly cannot wait to go. It's definitely on my bucket list, and it will definitely be happening in 2023. And can we just quickly speak or touch on the fact on how quickly did 2022 go? It's literally, I think this every year just goes by faster and faster and faster. But please do let me know, what has been the highlight for you this year on Wild Earth? It might perhaps be a sighting that we had. Of course, it's going to probably be before my time of joining Wild Earth. Was it a sighting? Was it a moment that we had with a naturalist? What was your best memory or memories, plural, or sighting that we had on Wild Earth this beautiful year? I know for me personally, one of my best moments, and this is just specifically for me as one of the waterhole naturalists, was definitely the beautiful sighting we had the other day in Okokoyo of the black rhinos charging the lions. And then by the end of it, both of them were just actually peacefully drinking. But also, oh my goodness, I'm trying to think. Just in this short space of time that I've been with Wild Earth, I've had so many amazing memories and sightings and everything. So I really am challenging all of you guys now with asking what has been your favorite this year. But it really is so incredible that we get to say that, we get to see all of these amazing things. And sometimes you can go a whole week without seeing not any animals, but any action. And then other times you can see 5 different amazing sightings in one day. Let us just take a look-see around and see what is happening here in Ukukoyo. Perhaps we spot another baby animal. I'm really now on a mission. That baby oryx got me so excited. And believe it or not, it is pouring again in Mashatu. It really is. Of course, I've been keeping an eye on the water holes, and it really is a massive downpour there again. Which again, is not ideal for safari purposes and for us as viewers or, joining the experience. It's not always ideal. But the reward and the aftermath of it is just so amazing. Because everything else just transforms. The bush is revived, the water holes are filled up, and the animals are all happy. And just bear with me. I'm always just making extra sure, checking every single bush, shrub, everything, every log. You never know where something might potentially be hiding, or just trying to get cover from the sun. That is actually how I spotted the oryx baby. At first they were under the tree, and then they went off into the water hole. And that is also how we saw our fluffy zebra foal the other day as well. They were just over here in this tree line that we currently have in front of us. Of course, there is not a lot of shelter or shade around the actual water hole here in Ukukoyo. So the animals do tend to go to the tree lines or to the, of course, the further tree line out back, and then get their food, get their shade. But the springboks love the water. That is the one thing I have become much wiser about with springboks. They really are very, very big on the actual water hole. And of course, standing in the actual water when they come to this beautiful water hole. Oh, we've got a beautiful kudu just off to the left. Here we are. Look how majestic that male is. And as I've said many a times, of course you are, kudu is not an endangered animal, but it's something that is very shy and elusive in the bush. They are browsers, so they do tend to head deeper into the bush for the actual good stuff. But also, if you generally see kudu, you're more likely to see the females as opposed to a beautiful, majestic male like this one. But of course, it depends on the area you are visiting. It depends on the day. This truly is a stunning male. Catherine, I believe it is. You would like to know, Patrick, sorry. You would like to know, do all antelope share any behavior patterns? Yes, definitely. It depends on, the antelope, but definitely when it comes to alarm calls, all of them have different alarm calls, but will do it for the same thing. And then feeding behavior as well, sparring behavior as well, even though antelope feed on different things, some being browsers, some being grazers, some being mixed feeders, they do all ruminate. So they can regurgitate their food and then, of course, get a lot of nutrients out of it. So I think that's where they were truly blessed. Because of course, they can fall prey to a predator at any time, but luckily they have the ability of being a ruminant. They can regurgitate their food and thus save a lot of energy. They don't constantly have to move around and feed. But definitely alarm calling, their digestive systems, and then a lot of them have what we call a flash coloration mechanism or defense mechanism, which is a lot of these antelopes, when they lift their tails, it is a very bold white underneath the tail, and that is actually to sort of just scare off or confuse a predator when they are being chased. But then of course the horn structures, a lot of antelope, the males have horns where the females do not have horns, and they use those horns for attraction purposes, but also for defense mechanisms, not just against predators, but also against other males of that species. So sparring behaviors, they'll fight with each other, try to establish the dominance, and then of course a lot of antelope share social structures with regards to being part of a harem, one male with a whole lot of females that he gets to mate with and take care of. So it really is. There's a lot of comparisons or similarities between them when it comes to various things, but I think the one thing that really does connect all of them is the digestive system. Ooh, you can just hear the zebras as well. Just want to have a look-see around. See who else is coming to the water hole. Most probably zebras, as we heard them vocalizing now. So zebras too have an alarm call, and then they also have, when they are fighting with each other, they will also vocalize, which is most probably what we heard, that whoop whoop. I can't do it as good as Rolf though. Rolf does it very good. The zebra impersonation. I just want to make sure what that thing in the background is. I'm not sure. Just a springbok. Okay. Can be very confusing sometimes, especially from afar. You are not sure. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? Is it Superman? It's just a springbok. And I truly do hope one of these days, hopefully today, but the elephants will come say hi again. Even, if it's just a couple of bulls again. Of course, it will be brilliant if it's the herd with the little ones, or even our black rhinos. Truly any of those animals, but of course these animals are always spoiling us. The gemsbok, the springbok, always coming to say hi to us. And again, we tend to think that it's for us, but of course it's not at all for us. These animals are just existing as they should be in their natural habitat, just doing their thing. We are just so lucky to be able to observe them. Just want to have a look. Oh, no. I thought it might be a curry bustard or a secretary bird. This black thing that looks like it's standing upright, just off center to the left. But alas, it is just a log.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
just want to take one last look around and see any of our friends, other friends are also coming to the water hole, just to make sure. Alrighty, but I think in the meantime what we'll do is we will head on over and see what is happening in the very wet Mashatu. And it has stopped raining for now. As I said, you know, it comes and goes. It's literally a downpour for a good 20 minutes, half an hour, and then it stops for a little bit, and then it starts to drizzle a little bit again. That truly is the thing about summer in Africa. It really comes and goes every hour. Whether it's hot, whether it's raining, it's never truly predictable. So I just want to try and show all of you how much water has actually come down here in Mashatu. So if you look all the way there in the back, you can see the water puddles that are forming. And of course, remember everyone, this is live, interactive. This is your safari, and I'm actually just lucky to be joining all of you. So if you have any questions or comments or suggestions or anything, please do let me know. I would love to hear from all of you. Whether it's about the different locations, about the animals, about myself, you are welcome to send those through. But I really am just so astonished right now at all of this water. And again, you know, it really is, even though I love the rain, sometimes it makes me a little bit sad. Specifically here in Mashatu, from what we've seen, the elephants love this water hole, but we have noticed that ever since the rain has started, they do tend to come less and less, because of course, you know, the animals are not restricted to just one area now. They can move around, they can drink from puddles on the road, in the bush, and food of course is now just becoming more and more abundant with this rain. So it's wonderful for the animals. We are very happy for you. But please don't forget us, specifically my Ellies. Just want to look around the water hole. Hi, Egyptian geese and blacksmith lapwing off to our right. Brandy, you would like to know what is the strangest thing I've seen an animal feed on? That is an interesting question, because there's quite a few things. And it's always interesting, you know, you guys really do keep us on your toes with your cool questions. But off the top of my head, I've actually seen a male lion feeding off elephant dung. Now, of course, you know, again, nothing is restricted out here in nature. We should never say that animals don't do this or they just do this. And lions, of course, you know, just like your domestic cats and dogs, they do eat grass to sort of help with their digestion. But this lion was actually eating elephant dung. And, of course, that is something that other animals do practice. It's called coprophagia. Even baby elephants will do that to get that extra nutrients. Because of course we know elephants do not digest very well. But it was just, and he was going at it. He wasn't even, just having a little bit of a bite or something. So I don't know if he had stomach problems and he just really wanted a solution, or what the situation was. But yes, that was very odd. And then I'm just trying to think what else. Strangest thing. I will give that a bit of a head scratch and then get back to you. But yes, off the top of my head, that was the weirdest one, I would say. Sorry, just bear with me. I know we're looking at a bush. I'm just trying to get us a little bit further away, just so we can scan the actual landscape here at Mashatu. Ooh, sorry, I just want to get back to those birds. Not sure what they are. Oh, it is our black crakes. They seemed very big right now from the angle we were at. That is very interesting, but you can see they are just preening and cleaning each other. That looked very big though from where we were at. It's so special when the animals take care of each other. Of course, it's for practical reasons. They do clean each other. But it is also a form of bonding. So just like lions, when you see a lioness cleaning her babies or just baby, that is definitely to actually get it clean, but it is also a form of bonding. It's a lot of affection happening at that time. It's just like these crakes we saw now. Sometimes it's good to just bond. Just want to try to get us a look at that puddle in the background. Just want to see if we can see anything hanging out there. And you know, it's not just this area. This is what is happening throughout the bush now. And again, not just Mashatu, various reserves and various parks and, you know, areas that you'll find these beautiful animals in. This is what happens in rain season. A lot of puddles form. Of course, that puddle won't be there for weeks now. It will eventually evaporate and dry up as well. But this is happening right throughout the bush now, even in areas that we cannot see. So that is why the animals do not just come to the water hole anymore. They can freely move around, they can freely feed wherever they need to or want to, which of course is not great for us, but brilliant for the animals. And I'm just trying to check the water edge as well to see if we can see any monitors. This kingfisher I've given up on. I've looked for it the whole morning as well. And generally, you know, when you tend to just start to play hard to get with the animals as well, then they tend to say, hello, here we are. So we shall see. Eddie, you would like to know, are there any snakes that like the rain? Off the top of my head, not that I can say likes the rain, no. Of course, snakes are reptiles, and reptiles are ectothermic, which refers to them having to rely on outer resources to warm up themselves. So I wouldn't think so, no. But I'm just trying to rack my brain now. But no, for the most part, reptiles are ectothermic. So they like the sun, just like you see crocodiles and monitor lizards and terrapins that come out to actually sunbathe. Reptiles tend to do that and to like that. So I wouldn't say there's really any snakes that like the rain, no. I always just like checking this tree, because sometimes the animals find shelter under this tree specifically. From what we've seen in the last couple of days, the spur-winged geese, when they are around, they'll actually just come to rest under that tree for the day. We've had spotted hyenas under that tree, just chilling. So that's why it's always so important just to check every single area. Just make sure you are not overlooking anyone, missing anyone. But yes, you can see even our terrapins are not out today. So just getting back to the snake question. Terrapins, of course, too, are reptiles and they enjoy sunbathing. So when it's rained, you wouldn't really see them out. As soon as the first ray of sunshine starts to peel through the clouds, then you might see them coming out. But right now, they are just much like Dewey we saw earlier in Juma. He's just chilling it out. Of course, he's not a reptile, but he is also a water animal. it truly is so peaceful. I can literally just listen to all of this the whole day. That is always the one thing that I say to my guests. You know, I know specifically if you've come to Africa for the first time, you're not from the continent itself, and you want to go on safari, you want to see as much as possible. But I always say to my guests, you know, if you say we saw nothing, then you weren't really paying attention, because there's always something to see or something to hear or something to smell or experience on safari. And that truly is the case in weather like this. And again, I know it's not ideal. When you go on safari, you want to see lions and leopards and elephants and everything as much as you can. But at the end of the day, you know, everything is so crucial for the ecosystem. From this small puddle of water to that blacksmith lapwing, to the Egyptian geese, to the woodlands kingfisher we hear every now and again, everything really is interlinked when it comes to Mother Nature. Roxy, thank you for getting in touch with us. You are saying listening to the birds is so therapeutic. And I could not agree with you more. Honestly, this is, and I know I say this so often, but this is really why I love that we call it Escape to Nature, because it really is like just the perfect escape. It's like you're going on a journey, and it literally, I think you've hit the nail on the head with therapeutic. It really is therapy. All the noises. I just wish we could sit here and smell everything as well, because we would just completely be taken away. Just want to see if I can see what that bird is that's fluttering about. The sky is not great for birding. But we've got a lilac-breasted roller over here to our left. Of course, as I said, this is not the perfect sky, as Kevin mentioned earlier as well when he had his southern masked weaver. When you've got grey clouds like this, specifically if you're photographing against it, it makes it really tricky. But there is our beautiful lilac-breasted roller. I know it's not the perfect view. That is rather cool that we got to see it. Just want to see if I can ID this bird at the top. Again, it's a little bit tricky with the light. When you are birding and IDing birds, specifically in the summertime, it's always great to have perfect light and sunlight. Not like we are experiencing now on Mashatu, but that's alright, we'll try. I could be wrong. But Let me rather double check on this. I'm just gonna see if this bird is gonna actually turn around. Just trying to get a good look at it, because I think the bird that is at the bottom, just off center to the right, is a cuckoo, but I can't see which one. And again, the light's not great for me. I'm not sure if it is perhaps... It could be a Jacobin cuckoo. Again, it's difficult for me, specifically now where it's seated behind that branch. I do not think it's a Dietrich's cuckoo, just purely, again, because of the light, but again, that can be very deceiving. But from what I can see, it's definitely a cuckoo of some sort. If it could just show itself, that would be wonderful. And then, of course, the bird to our left, the very common Cape turtle dove. But we are currently just looking at the bird that is straight in the center, just behind that branch. Adam, you would like to know what's the most unique feature of a lilac-breasted roller. For me personally, I love when they feed. It's very fascinating to see how they can actually take a grasshopper or something like that apart, a locust or creepy crawly of some sort. For me, that is my personal opinion. Again, you know, that's going to vary from person to person as to who you ask. But of course, the beautiful plumage they have, that is definitely dead giveaway to a lilac-breasted roller. They've literally got so many colors: the pink, the blue, the green, the brown, literally all of the coloration that they have to them. And it's such a magnificent bird. And of course, Africa and nature in general has a lot of interesting and beautiful birds to offer. But for me personally, a lilac-breasted roller in itself, just the plumage, is definitely already a very unique feature to them. It doesn't seem like this cuckoo wants me to ID it, but it's definitely, as I say, it's definitely a cuckoo of some sort. And Adam, your lilac-breasted roller is still around. Just on this branch that is on the left in the big date tree. And there it goes. And we saw a little bit of it, but it's actually, you know, when it's perfect sunlight and it's a beautiful day, it's always so stunning when they do take off, because then you can appreciate that absolute color that they have in their plumage. And oh, it's just really a stunning bird to photograph. It's personally one of my favorites. Them and the woodlands kingfisher, African jacana. I think I love all birds when it comes to photography. Just gonna see if anything is happening at the actual waterhole. And of course, when we look at that date tree, you've seen many date trees in Djuma as well, even in Ukokoyo. So of course, date trees don't just die. For the most part, it's due to elephants and their feeding behaviors. So elephants, of course, do love to go after everything of a tree, whether it's the roots, the leaves, the branches, and of course the bark. So the bark is the most important part of a tree, because that is actually how nutrients get transported from the roots all the way up to the leaves. And elephants can smell that. So sometimes they'll actually ring bark a tree, and even if it's just a small piece, but it's done completely around the tree, that transportation channel has now completely been broken for the tree. And then 5-10 years later, you'll see that tree has died, obviously depending on how big the tree was and how old the tree was. And this is how you definitely, for me at least, this is a good indication of, what the weather has done here in Mashatu. Because almost always the terrapins, whether it's one or whether it's 10 of them, they will always be out on these rocks. But as I mentioned, of course, terrapins are reptiles just like snakes and crocodiles. They like to sunbathe. So they are most probably just hiding in the water or in the bushes, just trying to keep out of sight, out of the cold. Just want to see what that impala ram is up to. These Egyptian geese always seem like they're on some sort of mission. But of course I will keep an eye on Mashatu and see what else is happening around here and coming around hopefully after the rains. But as I say, I don't think it's quite over yet. But in the meantime, we can go to Ukukweyo and see what the animals are up to there. Sometimes these crows seem a little, or sound a little constipated. And again, I'm just gonna make sure that my baby zebra is not amongst some of these. My super black, super fluffy zebra. But you can see these zebras, most of them actually are very, very close to giving birth. Hopefully one of these days. You can see this one closest to the water doesn't even have a tail. Shame. So of course they could lose that, to a predator. Sometimes they can even lose it to another zebra. They've got very sharp teeth. Their teeth are much like ours, but they also have extra teeth called tushers, and they can very easily bite each other. And sometimes they do, believe it or not, they do go for the tails as well. So just bear with me, as I say, I like to always check all of the zebras. Because even, if it's not that fluffy black fold, then we can always see, or check at least, if we've got some other new arrivals. Quite a few zebras arriving at the water hole now. Man, some of these mares are very, very very large. With all due respect, they are about to burst. If you look at this one zebra that is not part of the drinking group but just behind them, she is rather huge. And then of course a lot of them as well. The one of the drinking group that we have specifically, the one off to the left that's closest to the water, she's also very big. And of course they do gestate for 1 year long, and then generally they start giving birth this time of the year, but of course it can be sooner, it can be later. And in the 1 year in the Waterberg in South Africa, we had very, very late rains. And a lot of the animals actually only gave birth in January, which generally is very late, and surprisingly that they can hold it that long. But that is what happened. This is such an African scene. The zebras, the zebras, the gemsbok, springbok, our national animals. Now we just need some elephants. Hint, hint, Mother Nature. Jeez, look at that zebra. I don't want to say it too loud. I don't want my teeth getting kicked out. Oh, man, she turned now, but she's really, really big. This one zebra. Hopefully she turns again. There we go. She's got her rear towards us now. And the youngster just blocking her a little bit. Thank you so much, Photo Bomber. But she's really, really massive. And a lot of these mares, you know, specifically this one that is dead center as well, just right at the water. She is massive. I always think, how can you even still walk around with that large belly? Well, it is definitely a zebra day here in Okokoyo. We've seen a lot of zebras today, which I never complain about, of course. They are one of my favorite animals. But of course, all of the animals. I really do love all of them. Don't always like all of them. But the zebras have truly spoiled us today. But I think what we will do in the meantime, I will keep an eye out for any new arrivals or baby animals here in Okokoyo. But I would just like to see what else has been happening in Djuma on the dam camp. So let's head on over there. And Dewey has still just been chilling out. He has really been taking it easy. Not even a lot of movement from him with regards to, any yawning or any lifting his head really. He's super chilled today, which again, I do not blame him for. But Dewey, if you will, just give us something. Just a little bit. A little bit of a turn, a head lift. He really does not want to talk to us today. That's okay. You do you, boo. I don't blame you. I am the same in this sort of weather when I am home. Just want to see if our impalas are still around. But I do think they moved deeper into the bush, and from what we know, there hasn't been any interaction with any lions. But again, we don't always see and hear what happens in the actual bush. Lisa, you are asking Lisa if hippos are lazy or if they just enjoy the water. So no, they are not at all lazy. Remember, anything out here in the bush is all about energy, about saving energy and, making the most of it. So much like lions as well, people tend to say that lions are lazy because they rest so much. It's the same for hippos. Hippos, specifically during the day, you'll see them in the water just taking it easy. Sometimes on overcast days like this, you might see them outside the water. But it really does depend. But no, it's all about saving your energy. And should you need to start moving around, whether it's like antelope escaping or evading a predator, or whether it's like a predator trying to make a hunt, you always need energy for something. Dewey will later need energy to move around and graze and mark his territory. So no, definitely not lazy, just saving energy for should he need to move around later. Just want to see if our tiny lapwing, goodness Lisa, blacksmith lapwing is still visible. But of course, earlier on we saw that thing is so tiny, you really have to pay attention. There you are, tiny one. There's the baby blacksmith lapwing. But I'm really just so astonished at how far the parents are letting it wander off by itself. Generally, they are super overprotective. It's so tiny. And you would like to know what birds are good swimmers. So of course all of your water birds, your geese, your ducks, even your herons, your cormorants, your penguins. So all of your water birds predominantly will be good swimmers. But I really do guess, if you are not a good flyer and your only other option is to swim, you will definitely make the most of that opportunity to then try and get away. But of course, animals are adapted in their various ways which they need to survive, whether they need to swim or fly, whatever the situation requires from them to evade a predator or evade a potential threat or anything that is necessary at that moment. I really cannot get over how tiny this thing is. Alrighty, let us see what else is around in Djuma and happening. And I really do wonder if my 3 baby warthogs are still right. I did see them last on Monday. It was a quick visit though. It was also fairly overcast, so the parents came and they left again. But they did show me nonetheless that the little ones are still alive. They are still well. They are all still okay. But of course, you know, in the meantime, anything might have happened, but hopefully it didn't. Dewey! Just show us your face, man. Oh, he listened a little bit to me. Not a lot, but I mean, I'll take a little over nothing at all. Just want to see if I can see any impalas or kitty cats around still. But to be honest with you, I'm not too hopeful. It is fairly cooler now and the wind is blowing, even though the rain has subsided a little bit. You can see it is still very overcast and gloomy here in Djuma. So I think even if the animals are still nearby, they probably just huddled into the bush for some shelter. I don't want to say shade because it's not like they need shade, but just for some shelter, perhaps for some warmth.
Dark mane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp. This limp stems from an injury to his right leg he sustained while taking down a buffalo with the Nkuhuma pride.
it truly is so peaceful here in Djuma as well. And again, I don't know if the lions are still around. It's so exhilarating not knowing, what might still happen today. But I think let's just take a moment and enjoy the beautiful noises and sounds from all these animals and birds. Trying to keep an eye on this one spot where we last had the lions, because I keep thinking, but maybe I'm just imagining it. I keep thinking I do see movement around this area, but of course, we did have the impalas here earlier as well. So it might just be wishful thinking, perhaps. But I really do not hope that those lions went off too far. Again, it's possible, because the weather is not really restricting them, to have to conserve their energy as much as they can. But we shall see. And believe it or not, it is pouring again in Mashatu. Of course, I do monitor all of the water holes and just make sure that we are keeping updated with all of them, but it is literally soaking wet in Mashatu again. It is a complete downpour. So I really do hope the weather holds up this afternoon for us here in Djuma. But again, we can't be picky. Just because we don't necessarily like the rain or love the rain, the animals, the bush, everything needs it. Oh, and this would truly be a perfect bush. If I was a leopard, I would be under this bush, just hiding, getting some shelter. Any animal really, even an impala. I would just be, this would be my hangout spot. Oh, this kingfisher is teasing me constantly. And I promise you I look for it. It is not that I've given up on looking for it. I do look for it all the time. She's pitching here. It's quite a gloomy wind. Goodness, Lisa, let's articulate, shall we? It does seem like it's becoming a bit more calmed down again here in Djuma. So I think in the meantime, let's head back to Ukokoyo and see what those animals are still up to. We've got a giraffe. Da, 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 da. It's always good to have the giraffes. Just quickly want to take a closer look. Darcy Miller, I'm going to see if we have a baby, but I did not see any yet. And these are probably three of the most iconic African animals. Blue wildebeest, the zebras, and the giraffe. If you differ from me, you're more than welcome to let me know. Of course, I'm referring to the general game, or the plains game, as we call it. Animals that you would see generally out on safari. But again, you know, that depends on which location you find yourself in. I know, for instance, from little, I used to go on safari in Djuma, and I would freak out if we saw a zebra or giraffe or something like that, because the plains game and the general game is not as prominent as you would see, for instance, lions, leopards, those sort of animals, elephants. And then other areas, you know, when you see a leopard or a lion, that's a sighting you call in with complete excitement, because that is something you do not often see there. But of course, all of the animals, whether it's lions, whether it's elephants, whether it's dung beetles, giraffes, They truly all are so special to see, whether you're static or stationary at a waterhole or on an actual safari. It's interesting when you compare the giraffes as opposed to the springbok when they approach the water. The springboks almost do it willy-nilly, they just go in. But of course a giraffe, you know, when they go into that weird position, it's a massive animal, it's a lot of weight to take down, to bring back up, to escape if they need to. So definitely have to be very, very cautious before going down, going for the water, going to get a drink. And you will never see a giraffe drinking constantly like a lion, for instance, for a good 2-3 minutes on end. They will sip a little bit, jump back up, look around, sip a little bit, jump back up. Cheetahs are very much the same. Of course, cheetahs are also very vulnerable to other predators. So it truly is so incredible when you compare these different animals when they approach the water holes. Just want to have a look around because it seems like this giraffe definitely has its eyes on something. We'll just see if we can see anything. It might be nothing. Then let's just watch it drink first. And then we'll see if there was anything around. Of course, you know, if it was in fact something like a predator, they will not go down and put themselves in that vulnerable position. They will literally stop everything they are doing and just stare the predator down. So it might just have been some other animals that are approaching the water hole, or it could perhaps be the people around. I'm not sure what the giraffe heard. Alison, you would like to know what are the most common causes for antelopes losing their horns? It really varies, it can be different with all of them. They can injure their horns or break their horns when they are in fact fighting with one another. And then, of course, it can be a birth defect like we saw earlier this morning with one of the oryx's calves. That I would say is definitely a birth defect. But it really does depend. And again, that oryx didn't lose its horns. It just had one sort of normal horn, if you can call it like that. And then the other one was in the complete different direction, pointed down towards the face. So it really does depend. And then something like a rhino, unfortunately, people are the cause to them losing their horns. People poaching these animals and a lot of other animals, unfortunately, as well. So you do get poaching in Africa, which of course, happens for an animal being killed or sometimes just put down or shot in that moment for either taking their tusks or their horns. There is even something like lion poaching in Africa, where people kill lions for their organs and their bones, which is used in all sorts of different traditions and traditional rituals, where people believe, ingesting those organs and bones and everything will give you the power of a lion and etc, etc. And then, of course, with rhino poaching as well, a lot of people believe that it is a cure to cancer, and there's a lot of different beliefs around it as well. So that is poaching. Then you also get culling and cropping. Now, culling and cropping is when you ethically control the numbers on your reserve, because of course, any reserve has a certain amount of animals that it can carry. It refers to carrying capacity. And if you overcrowd your reserve, or there's not enough animals, then of course it won't be balanced out. But then unfortunately and this is also a very sensitive topic for a lot of people, but unfortunately in Southern Africa you do get profit trophy hunting as well. So that is where people will actually pay to shoot something like an oryx or giraffe or something like that. And again, this is something a lot of people disagree on, but for me personally, if you sit on a vehicle and you shoot an animal, it's not a very fair play towards the animal. If you're on foot and you are tracking the animal and giving it a fair chance, then it might be different. And of course, if it is done in an ethical way, as I say, where it is a reserve that is actually just controlling the numbers, etc. But if it is just for pleasure and for you getting the horns of the animal and not then fully utilizing the animal, then for me personally, and this is just a personal opinion, for me that is not very correct. But Again, there are a lot of opinions around this topic in Africa, around trophy hunting, the horns of animals, etc., etc. But yes, that is, to get back to your question, animals predominantly lose their horns to, it could be to sparring, but a lot of the times it could also just be a birth defect, that they may have just been born with one horn. Just like elephants, there are quite a few elephants in Mashatu that just have one tusk, and that is actually, they were born that way. So it really does depend. Angela, good afternoon. You would like to know which predators are we less prone to find? Oh, Benjamin, sorry about that. I heard Angela. Benjamin, sorry about that. You would like to know which predators are you less likely to find at Okokoyo? So, of course, we can find lions here. We can find leopards, cheetahs. I would think, personally, something like hyenas, but again, that does also occur here. So it really does. The only thing predominantly out of the big five, and I know this is not a predator, but that you would not find here is buffalo. So, but with regards to predators, you are likely to find them here, but of course from what we've seen, you know, this location gets very hot, and they will actually only come around dusk or dawn, or even if they are around during midday, you will see them under a tree just sheltering for shade as much as they can. So it does get very hot. They do not want to waste their energy, so from what we have seen personally, they are more active at night. But of course, I don't get to monitor this water hole, 24/7, because just like anything else, I think we miss a lot at night. At Mashatu, at Djuma, of course, we have wonderful Zoomies helping us on the Djuma Dam Cam, and often they tell us, okay, at 3 a.m. we saw hyenas, or we heard lions roaring, or whatever the case is. So the predators here in Okokoyo, definitely around, but you are more likely to find them during the night. And again, this is a very vast and open area, so unless you are physically driving around and looking for them, you are not just going to find them pitching up at the water hole as the other animals. Sorry, I thought I saw something. Got very excited there for a moment. It is just a log under that tree. Wishful thinking. But yes, of course, the predators are around. It's just a case of conserving their energy as much as they can, specifically here in Okokoyo. It gets very hot, very humid. It's a very vast and open area, so also, as soon as they do come out, specifically in the daylight, they expose themselves to animals of prey. So they rather move around at night time.
Here at Wild Earth, we strive to show you that animals have emotions like humans do. And this festive season, we are celebrating their sentience with our new Animals Have Emotions range. Help us bring awareness to animals this Christmas with our new designs that launch on Black Friday at a discounted price. Because empathy for animals is the key in the conservation mission. Head to the Wild Earth shop to find out more.
No baby zebras yet, from what I can see. Jeez, but there are a lot of zebras. Quite a few zebras coming down now. Jeez. And of course their very iconic call, that whoop whoop. So again, I just want to keep my eye on them, see if we can see any babies. If you spot any babies, let me know. But this morning we have seen our first baby oryx. So I'm super excited to see which baby animals we will see next. Is it going to be a zebra? Is it going to be a wildebeest? Perhaps a springbok? What will it be? Not sure if that's a baby, I don't think so. It is a foal from the previous season. Silly animals. Our pajama donkeys. It's a zebra congress of note. So of course you have seen in Djuma as well as Mashatu, the weather is not great today, as I say. Not great for us necessarily, but wonderful for Mother Nature. So of course, due to the possibility that we may have some bad weather this afternoon, what we'll be doing is we will be challenging all of you to a special interactive quiz about hunting on our Sunset Sunday Safari. So of course, you're more than welcome to join us this afternoon on Sunset Drive and join in the fun. And you'll actually have a chance to win one of many great prizes on offer from Wild Earth. So please do not miss out. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of different things that will be happening. Of course, we do have to make the best of... I don't think it's bad weather. I think it's just challenging weather. And again, it's just challenging for us. But of course, my wonderful Ukukweyo is, as always, very sunny and beautiful and just absolutely spectacular. But of course, when there is rain in the other locations, it might make it a little bit tricky for us this afternoon. But definitely still join us this afternoon on Sunset Safari. As I say, there are actually going to be some prizes up for grabs, as we're going to be having some different quizzes. And yes, I do think it's going to be a lot of fun. We have to make the most of what we have and with what we have. And you can hear the beautiful hornbills in the background. A lot of people actually confuse the two with zebras. A hornbill's call is, it does sound very, very similar. Sorry. My brain, I rebooted there for a moment. My brain rebooted. It does sound very similar, but a hornbill call is a little bit more, I want to say, consecutive, if you can call it like that, where zebra is just whoop 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 whoop, and hornbill is a little bit faster, like. I hope that interpretation did it justice, but they can be very similar. And a hornbill, or specifically the yellow-billed hornbill, in Shangaan is actually called Nkoru. A zebra is a mangwa. Springbok I actually have no idea with, or idea about. I've actually never worked with springbok for myself. on safari. That is why I'm loving it here at Okokolo, because I really do get to see them every single day. Alrighty, well it does seem, for now at least, that one of our wonderful zoomies again managed to frame up on our beautiful bluebirds. So let's head on over to Djuma so I can try and show you. It is the kingfishers. Well spotted. Our zoomies really are wonderful with getting these guys on camera. I can try and try and try and try. I can get a lilac-breasted roller that is in a tree under a leaf behind a branch, but apparently I can't seem to get the the woodlands kingfishers. But there are two of them here, so it seems like the one is hunting, and then it comes back. I do believe there's a nest in this tree, because they do keep coming back to this tree. And you're probably giggling now and saying, okay, well, how can you never get them on camera then, Lisa? It's just not in the cards for me, all right? Apparently I'm not allowed to. So, but of course, this is the beautiful woodlands kingfisher, and hopefully we can see the other one coming back now as well. So of course, even though they are classified as kingfishers, they are not fishing birds, not like the pied kingfisher, for instance, or the giant kingfisher. These guys mostly eat insects. They love grasshoppers, but I have even seen one eating a frog, snake. So it really does depend, but they do not eat fish. So they actually love the insects, specifically from what we generally see in summertime. Of course, as we've spoken about many a time, summertime, with this rain specifically, brings forth a lot of creepy crawlies, like locusts, grasshoppers, butterflies. So they love feeding on that specifically. And of course, as many of you know, this is one of my favorite bird calls. The woodlands kingfisher. It's not one of my, I mean, I like them. I love photographing them. But specifically their call is absolutely amazing. And as a lot of our naturalists have told you, when you hear the woodlands kingfisher, then you definitely know summertime has arrived. Look at them. Do it again, do it again. Oh, just beautiful. So of course we can hear cicadas, which is those are insects that we can hear in the background. And our Egyptian geese that are very, very loud. Ooh, you see, I think it is feeding something in the nest there. These birds are not working with us. It's fine. We will stay like that and just see if they go down again. And then also in the background you can hear a grey-headed bushshrike that hoot, hoot. In Afrikaans it's called a spookvoël, which means ghost bird. People say they've got a very eerie call. For me, I would rather call a crow a ghost bird. We'll just see, hopefully they go back to the nest again. There we go. So you see there's definitely something happening over there. Not sure if they've got chicks in there or just eggs so far. But I do think it's definitely a feeding behavior that's going on. And of course, just like our hornbills, very, very brilliant place to be hiding your little ones. Because that way you can sort of, not always, but sort of prevent, you know, birds of prey getting to them. But then again, reptiles such as monitor lizards, snakes, they can too get to those tiny ones then. So there's always pros and cons when it comes to nesting and reproducing in general, not just birds but other animals as well. There we are. So there's definitely something happening in this tree. Our lovely Zoomy that is helping us out on the camera is just saying, okay, well, remember there's a nest. Now we know. Now you know where to look. I know there's a nest there. It's just somehow I never managed to put them on camera. As I say, I can put a lilac-breasted roller that is like deep into the bush, behind a branch, under a leaf, in the tree. That I managed to put on camera, but the woodlands kingfishers always seem to evade me, but that's fine. I do know where the nest is now, so hopefully that'll assist us in the future on the dam cam. But I wonder, you know, if there are little ones, how many are there? This is very, very exciting. Of course, they are monogamous bird species, so they'll actually nest like we see this in the actual bark of a tree or the actual stump of a tree. And often they'll actually nest in old woodpeckers or barbets nests. So they really are fascinating when it comes to their breeding. I wish we could actually get a closer look, or you know, it's like our secretary birds in Amakala as well. Amakala as well. You can only do so much, you know, if the birds are, and of course, you know, they're well hidden to us, but just imagine how well hidden they are to other birds, as I say. But unfortunately, a snake, a monitor lizard, something like that could also get to the nest over here. So it depends. So when they do lay their eggs, generally it can be like 2 to 4. It can also just be 1 or 3, it depends. And for the most part, generally, all of the eggs will hatch successfully and all of them will be okay. But sometimes they'll also lay replacement clutches after, there has been a failure of hatchlings. But that is so exciting. I'm really thrilled about this because at least now we know. Just listen to you. Vlad, you are saying such beautiful birds. Nature truly is creative. Yes, I could not agree with you more. I mean, if you look at specifically birds in the summertime, but birds overall, something like a peacock. So where I actually live, it's very odd, it's in the city, but there are people with peacocks right next to us. And when you look at something like that as well, what an amazing bird. And it's the same with these kingfishers. Just look at that beautiful beak, the feathers, just everything about birds. And then if you look at animals as well, a lion with its beautiful mane, elephants with their stunning trunks, just everything here in nature. These beautiful trees, this beautiful dead tree, this tree has died years ago and it is still fulfilling a purpose to something in nature. So it really does go to show, everything out here just balances completely, it works completely. We just should not be interfering at all. And it really is, as I say, this is one of my favorite birds in the summertime, specifically due to their call. But for me personally, I've actually never seen the nesting behavior. This is a first for me. So it truly is amazing. It is a first time for me, so I'm very excited. So they are definitely, from what I know at least, they are definitely not constructing the nest, because they don't go around and pick up material and then bring it back to the site. And I also don't think they are incubating, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see the movement in the tail and everything. Of course, when they incubate, they sit still, they try and conserve as much energy as possible so they can keep warm, thus also keeping the eggs warm. So I do think there are little ones definitely in this tree. What is just baffling me is the time that it's taking for this individual to be inside. But again, I'm not sure, what food they perhaps did get. I just wish we could just get a little bit of an angle on this tree and just actually see what's happening. I think it would be so magical. when you can hear a fish eagle in the background, then it's an African fish eagle. Also a very true African sound. A lot of people love their calls. It's their favorites. Very, very beautiful. Oh, and there they go. Very, very interesting. And that truly is incredible. As I say, this is a first for me now. So, of course, I've read many, I've done a lot of research on this, but to actually be seeing it for myself is very, very fascinating, because as you saw there now, they actually take turns. So as the one left, the other one that was keeping watch went to the little ones, and then the other one will probably come back now as well, and they will make turns like that, just like we see with the secretary birds as well. Also something I've never seen for myself in real life. There we are. I'm back. Alright, yeah, I think what we'll do is we'll slowly look around, see what is happening around the waterhole, perhaps. Of course, not that we can guarantee anything, but it's always just good to make sure that we are not missing out on anyone's presence.
A battle of the ages has begun. Now one guide reigns victorious. The rest covet his crown. Now, backed by popular demand, it's Animal Bingo. It's time for a shot at redemption to become the Safari King or Queen. Scores will be kept on a leaderboard and the ultimate winner will be crowned on Christmas Day. Catch the chaos and contention on every Saturday Sunset Safari. Bingo Saturday.
Just want to look around, just to make sure. Lots of different birds coming and going. I believe we've got two kingfishers in the tree right above us, just out of reach for us unfortunately, but that's alright. It's always beautiful just to hear them calling. And then the bird that I also just imitated before the I almost said the Kung Fu kishers. The kingfishers, the woodland kingfishers, that was the orange-breasted bushshrike. Well, apparently I can't whistle today, but that's alright. But yes, I believe the kingfishers are just above us. Might be a different pair, or it might be the same one that we observed earlier on. We'll see just now. Ooh, Dewey is not doing anything for anyone today. No, I believe our kingfishers took off to that tree where our dam cam is actually situated in. that's alright. At least now I know where the nest is. As I say, I did know where the nest is, and still I'm not able, as of yet, to put them on the actual dam cam. But that's alright. I will get them one of these days. Just want to take another look, see if we can see our baby lapwing, although I do not believe she'll be active with it right now. She'll probably just lie on top of the baby. As always, our Egyptian geese are up to something. Just gonna take a look and see if I can see our blacksmith lapwings with a tiny one. Oh, there they are. So you'll see the tiny one is just in front of the adult here. If it's not moving, it's actually very tricky to spot it. But I truly am surprised in this weather, you know. Generally, if it's this cool and cold, they'll actually huddle. As I said, a lot of the animals will actually just stay in the bush, or like in this case, you know, the mother will just sit on top of the baby or the father and just try and keep it safe and warm as much as they can. But they've really been out and about today, which has really surprised me so far. And this truly is a very independent youngster. It's just on its own mission. Again, just like humans, I guess. Some babies are just, you know, or from the day that they are born, they are just on their own mission, very independent, doing their own thing. And then others not so much. It's so tiny. No, this baby blacksmith lapwing is really taking my breath away today. This thing is so independent, so much on its own mission, just, you know, completely living life by itself. And again, that is the advantage when birds are precocial when they hatch. They are not at all helpless or really even in need of the adults. They can, if they need to, survive on their own already. Not like an eagle, for instance, you know. A lot of eagle babies are artificial, so that sort of helpless chick without feathers, they can't feed for themselves or anything. A lot of your ground-dwelling birds, like the lapwings, will already, pretty much since the day that they hatch, can they do their own thing if need be, like this little one that we are currently seeing. And it's like the adults are just like, all right, you live your life. Just want to see. Oh, sorry. I thought that's a mushroom. I thought that's a massively impressive mushroom. But alas, it's just a rock. My apologies. I was very fascinated there for a second. Angela, you would like to know how common is it for animals to step on birds' nests? It happens. As I say, last week we had a massive herd of buffalo, and one of the buffaloes was actually cause these blacksmith lapwings, if it is them, in fact, with a little one, which I believe it is, they actually had their nest on this tiny grass pole. And of course, if you are a buffalo, you are looking for very soft green grass. And the one buffalo actually was stood right on top of that pole. And eventually the lapwings did manage to chase it away. But for me personally, I think that they probably did have more than just one egg. And perhaps that the buffalo did actually, sort of injure or damage the one egg. But again, that's just personal speculation. But apart from that, it is something like a lapwing. They are, of course, very noisy. We see it, specifically on our golf courses as well in southern Africa. Very noisy birds. So as soon as you get close to their nest, because of course being ground dwellers, they do have their nests on the ground. They are super, super protective. They know exactly where their nest is, and they know exactly when something or someone is getting close to their nest. So they will definitely, sort of warn animals off, but I think it does happen, but I don't think it's a common occurrence. Something like a buffalo herd, of course, they're all hoofed animals, and they do really come in massive herds. And it's truly admirable when you look at these birds, something like a lapwing, how they just try and warn off something as massive as a buffalo or an elephant or even rhinos. Elephants, for me personally, from what I've seen, as I say, elephants are very, very, I don't know if it's observant or if they actually know there are nests here or they smell that. But elephants, from what I've personally seen, are very, very careful when it comes to that sort of thing. So they definitely probably smell it or know about it, that there's a nest or something around. And for the most part, from what I've seen, elephants won't step on something like a nest or a termite mound or anything like that, which is truly, truly incredible. But I think it probably happens more than we realize, from other animals at least. What an awesome sighting to have had of the woodlands kingfishers. That truly, as I said, that was a first for me. So, believe it or not, we actually have a surprise that just pitched up in Okokoyo. So let me go show you. Look at this. My children came to the water hole. This morning I was saying, even if we just see a couple of lone bulls, that is completely fine. But it will of course be wonderful to see the big herd with a lot of babies. And Mother Nature decided, all right, let me spoil you kids for the day. Oh man, how awesome is this? And just look at the coloration of the water now. The whole day we've been seeing this beautiful blue color. And now that the ellies are here, of course you can see a lot of green and muddy coloration as well. Oh, look at the baby. So tiny. So of course, them slurping up the water now and mixing the water and everything is really, of course, bringing up some of the stagnated algae. But it is sort of, mixing the water and getting it not clean, but like in a better condition for the other animals as well. Often you'll see elephants before they actually drink water, they splurt it out, and that is just to give it a good mix. Oh, just look at that tiny one. Oh man, what an awesome sighting. This truly is the result that you often get when you just take things easy. And we had the exact same last Sunday as well. We had a super chill day. We didn't set out any expectations specifically for ourselves, and later on we were just completely rewarded. And this truly has made my day. Not just the kingfishers, but also the baby oryx that we saw today. But this is, of course, the cherry on top of the cake. And of course, as we, are very fortunate to see this quite often, not just necessarily on Escape to Nature, but specifically in the summertime, whether it's on any of the safaris or Escape to Nature, elephants love doing this in hot weather. And of course, the babies aren't as confident yet with their trunks. They don't fully know how to work those trunks yet, so often you'll just see them lying down in the water and then waiting for the splashes from the adults also coming. And this is a good way to cool off, to smother all of the insects and parasites, and really just get, some relaxation time. You can really see them just being at complete ease when they are in the water like this. And you'll see more and more of them are going to get out of the water now, and then they will all follow one another. Because of course elephants are, I don't want to say dominated. Dominated sounds so, ugly. It sounds very aggressive. They are not at all dominated. They are definitely led. Yes, that's a prettier word. Led by a matriarch, which is of course one of the older cows, and she will make sure that that whole herd stays protected. And when we say that, it doesn't mean she's the only protector of the group. Of course, all of the elephants protect one another, all of the adults protect the youngsters, even the sub-adults will protect them. And that is why it is such an incredible animal. They really are so social, and they take care of each other so beautifully. But generally, like we see, as soon as they start getting out of the water, the rest will start to follow. And sometimes it does happen where elephants get split up, but of course they've got a beautiful rumble, which is not even always audible to us, but by means of doing that they can just locate each other again. When I see something like this, specifically now, with a with a herd following each other and the babies being involved and everything, I always think of, Lilo and Stitch, where they say Ohana means family, and family means no one gets left behind. And I always refer back to elephants when I hear that, because it truly is the case. They really take care of each other. I'm sure many of you have seen footage where a baby calf, oxymoron, Lisa, where a baby elephant gets stuck in the mud, and the whole herd will get involved, and they'll try to get that baby out to the best of their abilities. Of course, if there are predators around, they'll try to, as a herd, scare off the predators, just to make sure nothing gets to the babies, not just the one baby, but all of them. And again, even though they are zigzagging, they are all following the same path. So that might be due to the smell, they can smell alcohol. My fellow elephants have just walked here, Of course, in general, from what we see, a game path provides safety to, the fact that it has been trampled quite a bit by other animals, so it has been cleared a little. Specifically here in Ukukoya, of course, this is a very rocky location, even though the elephants can withstand those rocks. I think if you could rather walk on a little bit of a cleared pathway, you will definitely do that.
Wild Earth Explorers, this one's for you. You stand a chance to head off to the wondrous Camp Fig Tree Mountain Safari Lodge, situated on the border of Addo Elephant National Park, for an unforgettable 3-night stay for two. Witness the incredible elephant herds at Addo firsthand and explore with an open vehicle safari tailored to you or a relaxing bush picnic. Sign up to be an explorer to treat yourself to a much needed getaway.
So this one that's staying behind is a beautiful big bull, older male, as you can see just resting his legs, taking a break. You can imagine carrying around 5 tons or even 6 tons can be rather exhausting, especially if you don't lie down, take a nap every now and again. So often you'll see elephants just crossing their legs or just lifting the one leg, whether it's a front leg, a back leg, just trying to catch a break and sort of disperse the weight as much as they can. Angel, good afternoon, and thank you so much for your question. You are saying, when leading the herd out of the water, who takes charge? It really depends. The matriarch will do the communication with regards to, okay, we are leaving now and moving on, carrying on feeding, or whatever the case is. But sometimes, it could be another female or even male that takes charge, but generally females. But with regards to decision making, it is the matriarch. So sometimes it can be, physically led by one of the other females, but the actual decision as to we are now leaving, that comes down to the matriarch. And with elephants, a lot of people believe that it is always the eldest and the biggest female that is the matriarch. That is not at all the case. The previous herd of elephants I got to work with up close and personally, it was not the oldest and the biggest female that was the matriarch. It was in fact one of the smaller females, but the older female was a very shy elephant. She didn't, I think she gave the rank to someone else. So it really does depend, we tend to as humans say, okay, well this is the case, and like lions, male lion will never hunt, it's just the females that hunt. That is not the case. If you're hungry, you are going to hunt. If you're an elephant and you are able to take charge of the herd, and the herd allows you to, and they respect you enough, in that regard, you will become a matriarch. But, of course, it is good to generally also go by, okay, from what we have seen in the past and what history tells us, this is generally the norm with this animal, or this animal, or this animal. It really does depend. John, you would like to know, are elephants the only animals that have female leaders? No, not at all. Hyenas, spotted hyenas also have a matriarch. And then with lions have weird social structures, but generally there will be a female that takes the lead. Again, and this is purely out of personal experience that I say this, with lions, the hierarchy can be very different from one pride to another pride, but for the most part, again, from what I've seen personally, there is a female that is in charge of that pride. We actually had in my very first reserve that I worked, we had a female that was called Makulu Mafazi, and that literally just means massive female. And this female, on her last hunt that she did with her pride, she literally, sort of blocked off the whole pride, gave them a growl as if though to say, like, I've got this. And she made the last kill all by herself. And funny enough, that evening she passed away. She literally, she came into our grounds, like where our staff accommodation was, and we tried getting her out because we needed to close the gate, but she came in before we generally close the gate. And that night she passed away in our yard, literally. And that really was, but she was the leader of her pride, always. Whether she was taking the lead with her hunt or not, she was always the one calling the shots. You can definitely see this elephant's not intimidated, but he's definitely just trying to let the oryxes know, hey, I'm a big animal, like, just go away. Often you'll see elephants doing this as well when they've got their ears open and they are not flapping their ears, to cool off. They've got their ears open, trunk up, then you definitely know they are trying to intimidate you, or whatever they are facing, in this case the oryxes, or it might even be the giraffe across the water. So definitely just making its presence known, but not at all aggressive or on the verge of losing his mind and charging someone. He's just letting the other animals know. And of course these two are also bulls. Not as big as the other one. But of course an elephant is an ever-growing animal. They can become very, very large and very old as well. General age for elephants anything from 50 to 60 years old. But if I'm not mistaken, the oldest elephant that was recorded was in Kruger National Park at 86 years old. But of course, those were in the olden days. And I think personally, and this is just a personal opinion, but I think way back then, animals had a lot less stress. And of course, stress and a lot of other factors do also implicate their age as well, and play a role on that and influence that. So I think in the olden days, things were a little bit simpler. There were not as many humans around, encroaching on their habitats and space and everything. Whereas nowadays, if you think about it, us humans are really, really taking over the earth, which is pretty sad and a very serious thing that we need to think about. But I won't preach to you on Sunday. We will just enjoy these beautiful elephants.
Tout ce qu'on a fait ce matin. Ça, ça va être bien. Il faudra essayer de le modifier. Une par une. Ça va prendre du temps. C'est ça le problème quand tu modifies d'un truc, et puis hier soir, on finit à cette chanson.
I just want to see if these other two are going to come to this male. If they will leave in that direction, or if they will leave the water hole back to our left again.
après, elles sont peut-être jeunes, je ne sais pas, mais tout dépend pour moi, à 1600, c'est énorme. Ça donne une sacrée lumière.
C'est les méca 400 pourtant, c'est pour ça qu'on a beaucoup.
Non, ils sont tous montés. Nous, je vais descendre à 100.
C'est les méca 400 qui m'a dit hier soir.
Hier soir, j'ai modifié pour la nuit.
Oui, t'as mis à 400, t'as
Oui,
dit.
600.
Non, t'as descendu à 400, t'as dit que ça suffit bien. Pourquoi c'est trop fort?
Non, c'était en fin de journée. Mais en pleine nuit, j'ai monté à 1600. Donc, oui, t'as 1600 à l'heure.
So as we see with elephants, you know, your bulls do tend to break away from the herd.
Là, je vais regarder à l'écran.
À l'écran, on avait trouvé ça,
And then as the herd moves off, they will again join the herd every now and again, but for the most part they sort of just wander around on their own leash and do their own thing. And then they will link back up with a group, depending on the situation. But of course, you know, as soon as they hit their prime, they go into must, become very aggressive. They just have one thing on their minds, and then they will sort of try and track a female that is ready to mate. I just want to see, it looks like this one elephant is going to challenge this older bull. Seems like he's coming straight towards him. And of course that is what happens. You know, the older bulls become very, I almost want to say much more calm as they've gone through their own must, etc., etc. But then if they are in fact challenged by a younger windgat or cheeky elephant as we call it, then they will definitely accept that challenge.
Mamour. Bisous, regarde. Let us see if there's going to be a little bit of a combat. So this is literally sizing each other up, just like with giraffes, you know, that we see when they are about to mate, they actually rub their necks against each other, and they actually sort of just try and feel how long is this neck, how big is this giraffe that I'm going to have to challenge.
That is the same with elephants. I'm sure you saw that lifting the trunk, smelling the faces, of course you know that is smelling as well. But it is predominantly to feel how high is your head, how big is your skull, how big are your ears, so that they know what they are up against. Seems like they are coming back to the spring. Hi, giraffes. Oh, we are getting quite a bit of giraffe action today. So the most giraffe I've seen at once here in Ukukoya was 20 giraffes. Late afternoon they all came down for a drink. It was one of the coolest sights I've ever had. But specifically during the daytime, it's not that often that we see the giraffes all that much in this heat of the day, so it's always amazing when they do come around. But of course they are water dependent animals, so they do have to drink water. And as we've learned, this is a very, very prominent water source for a lot of the animals, so they all tend to come here, whether it's early in the morning, midday, late in the afternoon. We'll probably see this afternoon later some black rhinos as well, crossing fingers, but from what I've seen, generally they tend to come late in the afternoon as the sun starts to set. But I'm just so thrilled that we got to see our elephants. There we are. There's the physical contact again that I was referring to. You know, it is smelling the different scents that elephant might be giving off, but it would also definitely, specifically when you see them putting their trunks on top of each other's head, that is literally to feel how big is this elephant, how high is it, or how tall is it. You know, just to sort of prep themselves for the challenge that may lie ahead. But I would not want to challenge this old elephant. Sarah, you would like to know, are there any animals that aren't afraid of elephants? I don't think it's necessarily, again, I don't think it's, you know, being afraid of them. I think it's just that common logic of having the respect for them, just to make sure, you know, you don't actually do get trampled by them if they are approaching a water hole. For the most part, from what I've seen at least, you know, hippos will still stay in the water even if elephants get in and swim. They'll just sort of steer clear. Again, it's a massive animal, you know. Of course, this is the largest living land mammal. So it is good to just sort of stay out of their way as best as you can. But yes, definitely, I would say all animals are definitely careful of elephants. I don't think there's any animals that will try and challenge them necessarily, even giraffes. You know, if an elephant is approaching a water hole, even something as large as a giraffe will just sort of give way and let the elephants go first. And it's not a case of elephants being bullies or anything. I just think if something that large is coming your way, you're rather just gonna not be scared of it, but just give it space. I don't know about any of you, but I would not want to get into the way of an elephant. And again, perfect example. Now, as soon as one elephant starts moving, the rest will follow. Whether it's 100 elephants or just 3 elephants. And for the most part, they will tend to stick to the game path. That is the safe way. That is the way they know has been traveled before. I actually once had a sighting of a herd of elephants, and my tracker was in front of the vehicle. So it's like I'm sure many of you have seen this, where there's a seat on top of your bonnet on the front of your vehicle, and you've got someone that is looking for tracks and is literally your safari assistant. And the next thing, Richard just froze, and I asked him, Ricky, what's wrong? And they literally, we were in a herd of elephants, and he's never been afraid of elephants, so I knew something else was up. And there was a black mamba literally right at his feet. And the elephants all sensed this black mamba. They all knew something was wrong. And that afternoon, we went back to go look for the elephants again. And funny enough, the one elephant started walking, and literally where the trail of the black mamba was, or the tracks, the elephants all avoided that small piece, and they literally all followed the same pathway, but all avoiding that small piece. So they definitely can smell, you know, okay, well, there was something here, something did happen here. And it truly was one of my, I think, my most memorable moments when it came to elephant behavior. So funny. 3 zebras, 3 giraffes, 3 elephants. The springbok, as ever, are showing off. Not just 3 of them, but it's a very funny picture right now. Let me see if I can get that in frame. I think I might be too late. Let's do that. I'm gonna see 3 zebras, 3 elephants, and 3 giraffes. It's rather funny.
Hello everyone, my name's Tanya Ray. I'm from the United Kingdom. I am absolutely thrilled to have won a stay at the Itali Safari Lodge. For me, this is like a dream come true, and I would just like to say thank you very much, Wild Earth.
Sign up and it could be you getting out there experiencing it for yourself. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your nature.
As I said, I truly would If I could choose a location, it would definitely be here in Okokoyo to see a live birth on one of the dam cams. Because I would love to see how these animals do it. Of course, you know, from what we've learned, giraffes do it standing, giving birth. But all of the other animals, you know, do they do it on the rocks? Do they do it on a definitely would break my curiosity if we could see that on a dam camera. This giraffe looks so confused. Like it doesn't really know where to go. Is my house to the left or to the right? It's almost like when you forget where you parked when you get to a shopping center. Can I park on that side or on that side? It's got that sort of a puzzled look on its face. So of course we are slowly coming to an end for today's escape to nature. But we will definitely be back tomorrow, definitely, as always. And of course we'll have Penguin Beach after Escape to Nature, and then of course our sunset safari. So as I mentioned this afternoon, earlier on, we may have some unpleasant weather this afternoon. We don't want to say bad weather because it's good for the it's good for Mother Nature. So of course that might be happening. So we will be challenging all of you to a special interactive quiz about hunting on our Sunday sunset safari. So of course you're more than welcome to join us this afternoon, and I really do encourage all of you to do that, because you can win one of many great prizes that is on offer from the Wild Earth shop. So please do join us still for Sunset Safari. As we say, you know, we do what we can with the weather. As you saw today, we did not even really visit Mashatu because it is still, as I'm monitoring it, it is pouring down. It looks like a river in Mashatu. So of course that might be the case this afternoon in Djuma. it does seem fairly fair and open for now. But of course, like we've learned, anything is possible when it comes to the weather. So, but definitely, please do join us for Sunset Safari. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And yes, it's always fun to challenge all of you as well. Just like you love challenging us as well, we love interacting with all of you on our various journeys, whether it's Sunrise Safari, Sunset Safari, Escape to Nature, Penguin Beach, any of it and all of it. We love hearing from all of you. So please do join us for that this afternoon. And as always, if you were not able to join us today on the whole or the full Escape to Nature, you are more than welcome to download the Wild Earth app, where we feature all of the highlights from Sunrise Safari to Sunset Safari, and of course Escape to Nature. So you're more than welcome to download that. It's super convenient, and then we take all of the highlights for you, so you can just stay updated with what you have missed. And this morning we actually saw our first oryx baby in Okokoyo, so that was definitely a highlight for me, as well as the woodlands kingfisher that are fishers that are busy nesting in Juma. And then yes, as I said, it's just absolutely brilliant with what is happening in Mashatu. It is literally still pouring, so it's been pouring for a good 4 hours straight. So that'll now be interesting this week to see what is going to happen in Mashatu, you know, and how that is going to affect all of the animals and their routines and their patterns. And of course, our beautiful elephant herd that we saw today in Okokoyo. And Okokoyo has really been my, I want to say my favorite child today. That one that does nothing wrong. So the weather's been brilliant. The animals have been absolutely amazing. Of course, you know, this morning when we started with Escape to Nature, for those of you that missed it, we had Mr. Kevin in Madikwe, who had a beautiful male lion that was on a warthog kill. So that was also pretty fascinating. So we've seen some great things today. And I do apologize for, you know, not being able to go to all of our various locations today. The weather has made it a little bit tricky for us. But again, we try to do as much as we can with what we have. So that is why I truly do encourage you to join us for Sunset Safari. I think it's going to be a interesting one. I'm sure all of you have seen how us naturalists get when it comes to, you know, a challenge or competition of some sorts, even if there is nothing in it for us. But of course there will be something in it for you. So I truly do encourage all of you to join us this afternoon. But what an awesome day it has been. Just everywhere. As I say, we've seen our first baby oryx. For me personally, my first baby oryx ever. But we've seen our first baby oryx here in Ikukuyo. We'll see what baby animal we get to put as a first in our locations. And then we saw the beautiful elephant herd with the many babies. We saw Kevin with his beautiful male lion with a warthog kill. We saw woodlands kingfishers in Juma that are busy nesting. We saw Dewey, but I think Dewey did not get the email, that he's going to be live today, so that's fine. It is Sunday after all, so we'll let him rest. And then, of course, just overall, some amazing things that we got to witness today. Baby blacksmith lapwing in Juma, black-headed heron here in Okukoyo. A lot of brilliant and beautiful things. And as I say, it is just an absolute downpour in Mashatu. So hopefully that will bring forth some interesting animals as well as behaviors and everything else in Mashatu for the days coming. I'm just taking a last minute scan around to see that we are not overlooking a Kori bustard or secretary bird or jackal or anything. But as I say, it's been an absolute wonderful day. We saw a lot of different things, various animals. And as always, it's been so much fun. It truly has. We saw a lot of new things as well today. So I really do hope we will see all of you back on Escape to Nature tomorrow morning, 8:30 Central African time. And of course, please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach right after this. And then thereafter, Sunset Safari, where you could stand a chance to win one of many prizes this afternoon with a little bit of quizzing. So definitely do join us for that. But it really has been such a peaceful and serene day. I don't know about all of you, but this really has been massive and beautiful therapy to myself. And I hope all of you have had an awesome day with me today on Escape to Nature. And please do join us again tomorrow. Hopefully the sun is out for all of us and for all of our locations. But yes, definitely for myself, your waterhole naturalist, Lisa. Thank you so much for joining me today and for enduring all of my silliness and all of our various sightings, of course, from Kevin as well in Madikwe. We hope you all have a beautiful day and please do stay tuned for Penguin Beach.